Καλημέρα.
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 Τι γίνεται?
Ακούς?
Ναι, τώρα βάζω το background κι εγώ.
Λοιπόν, κάτσε σου στέλνω ξανά το background, γιατί δεν έβγαινε καλά όπως το έστειλα. Σας το περάσω.
Οκ.
Εδώ τώρα μας ακούνε όλοι,
Δεν πειράζει. Sorry.
Καλημέρα και από εμάς.
Καλημέρα, τι κάνετε?
Καλημέρα.
Είμαστε καλά. Εσείς? Κάτσε, δεν έχω την κάμερα.
Και εμείς καλά.
Μια ερώτηση. Η παρουσίαση θα γίνει με share screen από εμάς?
Ναι, κοίτα, μπορούμε να την κάνουμε share screen και εμείς αν θέλετε, αλλά δεν ξέρω πόσο εύκολο να το ελέγχουμε. Την έχουν στείλει. Απλά δεν ξέρω πόσο εύκολο να το ελέγχετε.
Ναι, εμείς μπορούμε να την ελέγξουμε καλύτερα. Ωραία.
Εμείς το ζητήσαμε απλά στην περίπτωση που υπάρχει τεχνικό πρόβλημα από πλευρά σας, γιατί είχαμε κάτι τέτοια στο παρελθόν και δεν είχαμε μέχρι την παρουσίαση να μπορέσουμε να τη μοιράσουμε. Οπότε ξέρεις, το κάνουμε έτσι σαν ένα έξτρα.
Ωραία. Εντάξει.
Τι κάνετε?
Σας αφήνουμε να οργανωθείτε και εμείς σας...
Thank you. Ηλία, που το έστειλες? Το είδα τώρα. Όπου πάλι τι πρόβλημα έχω. Το βλέπεις?
Για να δω. Αν ναι, φαίνεται από πίσω.
Έτσι να δω, μπορώ να το κατεβάσω. Όχι. Θα κουνηθώ αναγκαστικά. Τι να κάνω? Πού να πάω? Δεν ξέρω πού να πάω. Την άλλη του παράθυρο.
Μπορεί να είναι χειρότερα.
Γιατί, μήπως η κάμερά μου φταίει?
Μήπως πρέπει να του πατήσεις το virtual background. Εκεί πέρα έχει κάτι...
Έχω πατήσει το virtual background.
Έχει, λέει, green screen και τέτοια. Για δες.
Περίμενε λίγο. Can I remove this? I need a white background. Shall I move that way better? I'll have the light in back of me. Behind me. I have the light behind me. From the window. Yeah, I can. We need to have a virtual background here. We want to have a background here, and it doesn't capture it with other stuff on the back. And I also look weird. Εντάξει, εδώ μας αυτό και... Καλά, δεν νομίζω ότι θα το πιάσει. Γιατί μου το κάνει αυτό το πρόβλημα η κάμερα?
Τώρα καλύτερα. Τώρα είναι καλύτερα,
Ναι, αλλά εγώ είμαι πάλι σε φάντασμα.
Λεπτομέρειες.
Εντάξει.
Γιάννη, καλημέρα. Γιάννη, δεν ακούγεσαι? Γιάννη, δεν ακούγεσαι?
Νομίζω θα το βγάλω αυτό το background, λες και έχω λεύκη.
Ναι, είναι λίγο περίεργο.
Και στο...
Ναι. Σε βγάζει σε διάφορα σημεία.
Εντάξει. Μετακίνησα λίγο την κάμερα.
Οκ, εντάξει, τώρα καλά είναι.
Θα βγάλω το πίνι.
Ναι. Τώρα ακούγεται. Γιάννη, ακούγεσαι. Καλημέρα.
Καλημέρα.
Φαίνομαι.
Φαίνεσαι μια χαρά, κούκλος.
Πώς είσαστε?
Ωραία, ωραία. Γιάννη, πρέπει η κάμερά σου να έρθει λίγο προς τα πάνω γιατί σου κόβει το κεφάλι, φαίνεται μόνο το στόμα.
Ηλία, κάνε και την Κατερίνα την Νοβάκοβα πανελίστ. Είναι ατεντής να.
Αλλά γιατί
Είναι
δεν με
ατεντή, πού είναι? Μπήκε κατά λάθος,
Ναι,
κάτσε
ναι.
να δω. Κάτσε, πού τους βλέπω, περίμενε στους participants, περίμενε. Κατερίνα, πού τη βλέπεις, δεν τη βλέπω.
Είναι στους ατεντής. Σαν participant, ναι.
Attendees, ναι, και έχει σηκώσει το χέρι, οκ.
Ναι, ναι.
Hello to talk, κάτσε να την κάνω. Promote to panelist, οκ. Για να δούμε, το είδε. Ναι, οκ, μπήκε, εντάξει. Ωραία, μπήκε η Κατερίνα. Ωραία, μπράβο, αυτό παντού έχω ανοιχτό, δηλαδή. Ωραία. Είμαστε εδώ. Γιάννη, τι γίνεται, πώς είστε στην Αίγινα?
Όλα καλά, Ηλία. Μια χαρά.
Μπράβο.
Φαίνομαι τώρα καλά, εντάξει.
Μια χαρούλα. Σε ευχαριστούμε που ελευθέρωσες τον χρόνο και ήρθες.
Χαρά και τιμή μου.
Είμαστε στα αγγλικά, έτσι, στο είπε η Ρούλα, έτσι.
Ναι, στα αγγλικά.
Ωραία.
Ηλία, πόσο θα με χρειαστείτε? Έτσι μια εισαγωγή?
Ναι, κοίτα, μέχρι ένα μισάωρο, δηλαδή έτσι λίγο, ναι, μέχρι να ξεκινήσει το πάνελ. Αν θέλεις λίγο να ακούσεις δύο πράγματα και που θα πούμε και την ECOWEEK αυτά, νομίζω καλό θα είναι.
Ωραία.
Ένα μισάωράκι, αν μπορεί να κάτσεις.
Το θέμα μου είναι ότι έχω ανηλυμένες υποχρεώσεις τώρα, γι' αυτό ρωτάω.
Ωραία, πες μου πόσο χρόνο. Μισή ώρα είναι οκ, ωραία. Ευχαριστώ.
Ναι.
Ωραία. Δεσπινά,
Ναι.
σε παίρνω στο WhatsApp.
Οκ.
Okay, hello. This is just a voice test. Can you hear me?
Hi, Katerina. Good morning. How are you?
Morning. Yeah, fine.
We can hear you and we can see you.
Okay, perfect.
Morning.
Good morning.
Καλημέρα.
Καλημέρα. How are you all doing today?
Hi,
Άρια.
we're well. We want to give people another few minutes. Then I guess we can start. maybe we should start. Yep. Okay. So let's go.
Dear friends and colleagues, welcome to the ECOWEEK EU Green Week 2021 event, Smart Cities, Innovation, Zero Pollution. This event is the first of a series for this year. In August, ECOWEEK returns on the place of its birth with a hybrid program of online in situ activities joining the celebrations of the 200-year anniversary of the establishment of the modern Greek state. Workshops, lectures, and parallel events will put Aegina Island and the local community in the forefront and will open a discussion on the creation of a sustainable and touristic destination. You can find more information and book your participation at our website, ecoweek2021.org. The European Green Week is dedicated to the zero pollution ambition, as well as initiatives in the fields of energy, mobility, fisheries, health, and biodiversity. We are very excited to join our forces with the European Green Week in this symbolic day, the International Day of Environment. We are thrilled, but also concerned. We are thrilled that our agenda is more relevant than ever, but we're also concerned as pollution and the climate change affects everyone, and unfortunately not in the same scale or size. Today, ECOWEEK joins EU Green Week 2021 as an opportunity to engage with all stakeholders and interested citizens on how to work together to making a zero pollution and toxic-free environment a reality. This event was co-organized with the German foundation Friedrich Naumann Stiftung and focuses on innovative technologies and strategies for sustainable economic development related to the wider scale of urban planning and city management and development. With the participation of experts and public authorities from Czech Republic, Poland, Turkey, and Greece, best practices in sustainable design and innovation will be presented. In the design of new environmentally friendly materials, sustainable urban solutions, organic products, smart mobility, and innovation. I want to thank you all for joining us today. I want to thank our amazing speakers. I want to thank our partners for the successful collaboration, especially the German Embassy in Greece, Friedrich Naumann Foundation, Mr. Athanasios Gramenos, and our media partners who helped to get the word out. I want to thank our fantastic team for the amazing collaboration, their enthusiasm and ideas. Special thanks to Eleni Madika, Spiros Tsamadias, Thanas Petsinis, Ina Patsali, Jenny Dickens, Maria Irini Labru, Mary F. Guma, Panayota Musa, and of course Ilias Messinas, who organized this event in a very short time. Today, we are very happy to have among others one of our greatest supporters. We believe that under his guidance, we will be able to suggest tangible and sustainable solutions in our upcoming event in Aegina. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to introduce you Mr. Yannis Zorbas, Mayor of Aegina Island. Good morning, and very nice to have you here with us.
Kalimera. Good morning to all of you. I'm very happy to participate to your panel and today meeting. We do a lot of efforts to recycle. Imagine that until 2019, we had zero products that we drive them to Athens for recycling, and now I think the percentage is about 8%, 7 to 8%. The recycling in our island started at 2006 and then stopped on 2012. So as I said, we do a lot of efforts to not only for recycling, but also to inform people that as less to waste. That means that to consume as they need, and also to to separate the products that they waste. I think in a few years we will participate in the European policy that is to waste as less we can, more to increase recycling, and the citizens should be informed to all these ideas and the policy that protects our environment and our sea. As you know, in Egina we have very clean seas, and we try our best to keep this in this condition. I thank Elias Messinas a lot for his great effort and all his cooperating team. I wish you all to see you very soon in Egina to do this ECOWEEK as you plan and you organize. And me and my partners we will stand next to you and will help you at what you need, and it will be step by you. Thank you very much for the invitation. I will be here for a few moments until 11:30 in case I can help to, or if you ask me something. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, and we're really looking forward to working closely with you in Egina Island. And now I'm delighted to give the microphone to Elias Messinas. Elias, besides being the creator of ECOWEEK, he's a practicing architect and urban planner, expert in public participation processes, and a senior lecturer who teaches architecture and design in Israel and Greece. Elias is the editor of the ECOWEEK catalog and book, in addition to books and numerous articles, and the driving force of 15 years of ECOWEEK around the world. Elias, the stage is yours. Thank you very much and enjoy this event.
My microphone's off. Thank you, Despina. Thank you very much. And I would like to also thank the mayor. And we really look forward to seeing you again in August. And we hope that we have a great event in Egina. And we also wish a lot of success to Egina for the tourist season now opening after the COVID. So I really hope that we all have a great event and a great summer for everybody. And of course, ecological summer. That's very important. 1 second, I will try to share my screen. Okay. Display, duplicate. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes,
Yes, good. Okay, thank you everybody. Welcome everybody to ECOWEEK Green Week 2021, the online partner event, which is taking place on the International Environment Day. And that's of course not by accident. It was very important for us to make this event on that day, just to mark it and just to remind everybody that we should be celebrating Environment Day every day, not just one day per year. I would like to thank Despina for the introduction, and of course, again, Despina didn't introduce herself, but she's an ECOWEEK associate. She's the coordinator of numerous ECOWEEK events around the world, and she's also a very talented landscape architect working at the moment in the UK, an amazing organizer, and a truly valuable partner. So I would like to thank Despina, and she will be joining me at the moderating of the panels later on. I would like to join Despina to thank our team, Eleni Mandika, Spiros Samadias, Thanos Pezzini, Sina Pazzarli, Jenny Dickens, Panayota Musa, Maria Irini Labru, Maria Figuma, and of course a big thank you to our partners of the Friedrich Naumann Foundation, and of course Athanasios Gramenos, who's the director in Greece. My name is Elias Messinas. I'm the founder of ECOWEEK, as Despina mentioned, and I'd like to say the naive founder and chairman of ECOWEEK. And I want to thank you all for joining us today to this very special event and celebration. It's a celebration because ECOWEEK is celebrating 15 years of activity, starting from Greece. Actually, we started in Aegina, and so it's very meaningful for us to return to Aegina this year. And we reached out to 17 countries around the world. This year is also an anniversary year for Greece. As you probably heard or know, Greece is celebrating 200 years from the Greek Revolution that led to the establishment of the modern Greek state. So it's a double celebration this year, so it's very important. I joined Despina to thank our partners from Greece and abroad, and of course the Friedrich Naumann Foundation, who is a partner for mostly for the second panel, but in general and also in the events in Greece, in Aegina. And I would like to thank you all for joining us and taking the time to be with us, to share ideas, to hear ideas, and to chat with us virtually today. Today, we will talk and share best practices about smart cities, sustainable cities, about innovation in materials and organic products, smart mobility, fabrication, and most important, the reuse and reuse of materials and reduction of waste. Oops, why isn't it working? Second. Oh, it's working. Okay. Yes. This year, the European Green Week 2021 is dedicated to zero pollution ambition and aims to encourage us to work together to make a zero pollution and toxic-free environment a reality. Is that important? Well, the production of waste is also connected to energy consumption and the release of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, and the concentration of which, according to scientists, is contributing to climate change. Waste and pollution are also connected to industry and mobility. They're also connected to health and biodiversity, not only the ecosystems, but ours too. Once microplastics take over the oceans, the plastics the fish eat will also become part of our diet. So the new European Green Deal aims to address this challenge and to turn our economies into circular economies so that they become truly sustainable without the production of waste and pollution. Is it possible to make Europe pollution-free and climate neutral by 2050? Well, it's really up to us. Was it possible to lock people up before COVID-19? Of course not. Yet it was made possible when it was needed. This is why the discussion today is important. We will hear from those who lead innovation in the industry, and we will also hear from the cities. How do they address these challenges in policies and programs? But as one of my professors said, policy is okay, but getting people informed, involved, committed, and activated is really solving half of the problem. This is why ECOWEEK is dedicated in getting the information out, in involving and activating young people, in engaging them in practical implementation of practices in circular economy and reuse of materials. Our experience shows that together we can achieve amazing things. Before we move on to our first panel, for those of us who don't know us, I would like to introduce in a very few words what ECOWEEK is. ECOWEEK is an NGO with a passion to change people's habits and the mission, through public participation, to raise environmental awareness and to promote the principles of sustainability, both social and environmental. ECOWEEK was established in Greece in 2005, and from there it reached out to 20 countries in physical and online events and created a network of young professionals and experts in 56 countries. ECOWEEK programs include design workshops and design build projects for students and young professionals in real public spaces. We practice participatory design and engage stakeholders of all ages in the process. We work very much like One Week Design Studio. We engage in real projects by using materials and tools to create spaces and to create different scales, spaces of different scales and materials in public schools, public parks, in city centers, in community centers, in urban parks, and in different locations. Don't miss reading online our first book. It's called ECOWEEK, the book, 50 Voices for Sustainability, where we're hosting amazing projects by Kengo Kuma, Bjarke Ingels, Francis Kere, and many others. And stay tuned for our second book, which is coming out later this year. This book, the new book, will focus on social design, on public participation, on innovation, sustainable design, and more. I take this opportunity to also promote our upcoming event in Egina, Greece, starting in August 28th. It will take place for 1 week with online and in situ workshops, lectures on sustainable design projects, on tourism, in schools, in historic heritage sites, and more. You will find more at the site ecoweek2021.org. We also look forward to seeing you again this summer. Follow us in social media, check out our website. Here's the address, ecoweek.org. And we thank you again for joining us today. Enjoy the program. Now I would like to introduce our first panel. We can move on to our first panel. I would like to thank the mayor of Egina, Mr. Zorbas. If you need to leave, it's fine with us. Thank you for joining us, for taking the time. And we will be happy to see you again in Egina in a physical meeting.
Thank you, Elias, and thank you all. I look forward to see you soon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would like now to introduce our first panel. It is titled Smart Materials and Innovation and Zero Waste. Now, the zero waste, of course, as you see, is very important. It's the theme of this day and the theme of the ECOWEEK on the Green of the European Green Week. So we're really trying to make a point of the fact that the world has to really turn into a zero waste condition. Our speakers are experts in their fields and will share their amazing practices in research labs, in robotic 3D printing, in innovative mobility, and in leading new markets with organic products. Our speakers will give about 15 to 20 minute presentation, and it will be followed by questions for about 10 minutes. Everybody who is watching from YouTube or from Zoom, you're welcome to share your questions and address them to the speakers. And we will try to, as much as possible, make this panel interactive so that we can take your questions and address them to the speakers. I would like to invite Despina to join me in moderating this panel and also to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Konstantinos Giannakopoulos. So Despina, the microphone is yours.
Thank you, Elias. So I'm very happy to welcome Dr. Konstantinos Giannakopoulos. Konstantinos is one of the wider members of the ECOWEEK family, and we are very glad that we had the chance to work with him the last years. Dr. Konstantinos Giannakopoulos is a researcher of the Institute of Nanoscience and Nanotechnology of the National Center for Scientific Research Demokritos in Athens, Greece. He works in Demokritos since 2002, focusing on the nanoscale characterization of material and structure for applications in self-cleaning surfaces, gas sensors, nanoelectronics, advanced non-volatile memories, magnetic recording media, and others. He has taught in the University of Liverpool, the National Technical University of Athens, the University of Novi Sad in Serbia, among others. Currently, he coordinates an ERNet project on self-cleaning mirrors for concentrating solar power applications. Welcome, Konstantinos, and we're looking forward to learn more about advanced materials and our allies for a sustainable future.
So thank you very much, Despina, for inviting me. I have to add here that what you do is very important because science and research and technology is not enough to change the world. People have to learn how to use it, how to avoid it sometimes. Okay, so you have to have the right habits and to convince other peoples to have them also. Maybe this is more important, actually. So I think that, okay, my role is a bit more technical. I think what is needed mostly is policy and convincing people, as I said. Science is there and has always been there in order to do what people want. And the problem here in this case is what we want. Science the last years and technology is shifting towards sustainable technologies and is trying to not only to make the technologies but also to convince people, and all that we see now with the social media and all that is, you know, is a great way of showing how a tool can be used in a good or in a bad way. Okay, I just have to point out here that this world of advanced materials is a groundbreaking thing. It's what basically forms the world around us, and it has always done so. So basically, ceramics is when we see the start of civilization. It's actually the way that now we can detect if a place has been civilized or not. We see a layer of ceramic tiles buried deep into the ground, and by these layers we can evaluate the quality of life and also date when this civilization was actually alive. It's not simply by going to a lab and dating the actual piece of ceramic. People, the archaeologists, you know, just by looking on the ceramics, they can tell when this civilization started, when it ended, when it got destroyed. So it's basically materials is the world around us, basically, as we know it. And it is also changing people's habits. And this is done every day. The latest example is what we call silicon technology, which is now enabling us to know each other and to work from a distance. It has created basically the chips. Before that, it was the revolution of steel and construction materials that was 18th, 19th century, and all these great skyscrapers, you know, that changed the cities and all that. They're basic on steel that is very durable. So basically, what we do as a technology is characterizing our whole world. And we know from the past that there have been many civilizations that have been destroyed because they could not find ways out of their environmental and at the end technological problems. And when they actually, someone found a way out, he was the one who could conquer the rest and could improve life. This was not a continuous story. This has, you know, stopped and started again in another place. But if you read carefully what is the history of the world, it's this is what it's all about. So in the last, like, I don't know, 500 years, we're in continuous mode of developing stuff and trying to find solutions with the use of science. I don't know if this has been done before, probably not, but 500 years, it's not so much compared to what humanity has done. So we have to know where we're going, what are our capabilities, and what, let's say, people around us can do and what they can realize. we know now a lot of things, and as years evolve, because there is now more funding and actually more interest of the people towards sustainable stuff, we can do more and more things, but we are far from finding solutions even to basic problems, because as I said, it's basically what the people are used to do. So your role and other organizations play a very critical role, and we have to be careful not to be isolated from the rest of the people. It's not bad if someone wants to make a profit, he wants to make a life, to improve his life. We shouldn't disagree with people like that. We should try and fit everybody's needs. Maybe try to reduce the ones that are extraordinary, but I think this is the way ahead, to convince and not to force people. Maybe enforcement needs to be done to some great extent, okay, especially for people that break the law, for laws that everybody seems to agree on them, okay, or many people seem to agree on them. But technology is there to help. And just to say a few examples, for example, what we do with self-cleaning surfaces could not only be a way to reduce detergents in the use of cleaning surfaces, but it could also be a way to reduce pollution, because these materials can dissolve harmful gases, for example. But as in every technology, you have to be careful with that, because the material itself that does it, that covers the surfaces and turns them into self-cleaning, might be harmful if it is released in the environment in a massive scale. And so there needs to be, let's say, constant check of what is happening in the environment. I have to say here also that we have to be also careful and try to be as independent as possible. This may be controversial now, what I'm saying, but because we are creating a market for people who try to save the planet, there are many people that say that they save the planet and they don't do it. Or they put the attention in a wrong problem that it's not so big, because this is their scientific field or their technical field, and they want to make money out of it. So what I'm trying to say here is that we have to use our minds, expand our knowledge so that we can feel better what is wrong and what is right, and have this as a guide in what we do in our everyday life, in our social life. Nature has given us a lot of examples of what we can do in order to save it. So there are a lot of materials now and technologies that are mimicking nature. This is something that you can see very well in a film that we have made. This will be on the chat now. I'm putting the link. It's a series of films, a game for kids, where we are presenting how, with the use of advanced materials, researchers and people who use research are developing technologies that are making the world sustainable. A lot of these technologies are mimicking nature. And one example is what we call artificial color. I have to say, okay, that the films and everything is on this website is in all in European Union languages besides Croatian, because Croatia was not a member of the European Union when we started the project. But it's there in Slovenian and in other languages of the Eastern Europe and all other languages of Eastern European Union, actually. So this artificial color is basically a way to color stuff, materials and surfaces without the use of chemicals, by nanostructuring the surface. There are many more things you can see. There is the concept of a living material, a material that can adapt itself to the environment. Even in the photovoltaic, that is a new type, let's say, that has been inspired by the way that photosynthesis works. And it can also be done with relatively cheap ways. And what I want to say is that the solution to such problems, in my opinion, will not come from one technology like nanotechnology. Actually, nanotechnology, in the way that most people say it, might be harmful and might already be harmful in the environment. So it's basically what you do with it. There is no panacea. It's panacea, it's possibly in English the word. There will be a combination of technologies that will do things for to lead us to a world that we are consuming the minimum of energy and we are reducing the maximum of waste. I don't know if there can at any time be a world that no waste is produced, because humans simply by breathing they emit carbon dioxide, which is a large percentage of the world's carbon dioxide. So you have to reduce the population, which is another discussion. We're not going to talk about this now, but I think that we can enter a sustainable mode where we are destroying less than what we're revitalizing in nature. So let me say a few things about what we do in Demokritos, just to give you an idea and a starting point maybe for discussion. So besides this project with self-cleaning stuff, that is actually quite a large activity in Demokritos, and we are, me and my collaborators are trying to solve this in a specific application now, but there is a lot of work for other applications. We use we try also to make surfaces that are antiviral, and the face masks for the COVID that are reusable, and you don't have to throw away every day your face mask. This is actually, it's not funded by anybody. We try to do it by our own resources, which is actually very hard. We try to make sensors for volatile organic compounds that are harmful for the health, and there is a group that is installing such stuff in factories. We also try to do this for detecting food that has been stored and is ready to get off to have bacteria and toxins, so that we reduce food waste. You don't know, it's something like 30% of food, of corn and other seeds that is being thrown away before it arrives at the supermarket. And the problem is that they're stored in huge silos, and people don't have a way to detect fast its condition. We are also trying to find a way to detect the coronavirus from breath. This is, by the way, done all by advanced materials. It might be very diverse, but it's basically nanomaterials and not very irrelevant to each other. It's quite similar technologies. And also we try to make materials for the best storage of hydrogen. Okay, so hydrogen is a very good way to store energy. You have to convert it from water or something else. And then the big problem is how you store this thing, because besides the fact that it's explosive and it's producing flame that's not visible, it needs a very large pressure to be stored, something like 200 bars, I think, more. So we are making nanomaterials where we're storing this in very large quantities, all inside the material. And of course, Democritus has a lot of other activities, and our institute is specializing in detecting toxins and other pollutants in the environment. So they do a lot of work in trying to solve environmental, to find out how the environment is being harmed in a lot of places, old sites on lakes where they have been contaminated by factory. There is a lot of work also on materials that are extra durable, and people work in these re-entry vehicles for satellites. These materials, of course, can be used also in construction in other places if you make them cheap enough. Okay, and it's not necessarily easy to do that. You have to ask people to work, let's say, on a cheaper option. So it may need a lot of time and effort. And just to mention, of course, there is a lot of work on catalysts, on photovoltaics, on materials that are called thermoelectrics and thermochromics. Thermoelectrics are materials that convert heat into electricity, and for the moment can be useful in places that like factories or inside an engine, but there is a lot of heat being wasted. Thermochromics are materials that change color when they're heated up. So, for example, I have seen actually, someone told me that there is a house like that, a house that is black in winter and white in the summer, so that it can exploit the sun's radiation for being warmed up in the winter and expels the heat in summer. So there are efforts like that, and of course there are even technologies that are not.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. We're running out of time, so if
I can carry on talking forever.
Yeah,
and we can sit here listening to you forever, because you're always amazing us with new things.
It's amazing that because you basically gave us an insight of the wider activity of Democritus and how all those materials can actually be used, and in very, I think, very interesting examples. And I will actually skip my first question to you because you have covered it. Without my question was basically if you could give us a few examples, but I think you have covered already. But I would like to make another question. Is the nanomaterials and nanotechnology is becoming wider well known right now. But do you think there is a gap between the research and the production? And do you think it's feasible to basically produce those kind of materials, like in mass production, or all the cost is restrictive?
They are being produced in massive ways. And actually, in many cases, this is the problem, because much of these materials are new and we don't know their effect on the environment. And there are, I have a friend actually who is studying the concentration and the impact of nanoparticles in sea life. And this can be a major problem actually in the future. But nanomaterials, nanotechnology is there for a lot of years. It's not something new. So we're creating stuff in the nanoscale, I don't know, since Middle Ages and maybe ancient times. If you don't know, all this glass in the medieval churches that changes colors, it's basically a composite of nanomaterials with silicon dioxide and the glass. So they're doing this stuff maybe since ancient times. Actually, we know examples since ancient times as well. So it's there, and heavy industry, especially the chemical industry, is possibly polluting a lot with this stuff around. And there is a recent example. There is this material called titanium dioxide that we also use for making the self-cleaning stuff. That is there for about 100 years. Basically, it's the basic material for paints in the last 100 years. And now the last maybe 5-6 years, they have discovered that it's harmful. So now they're stopping it from use. And this has been produced in tons, tons and millions, maybe billions of tons the last years, and it has been used in a lot of stuff, and it's actually having good results. But that doesn't mean that you have to use this in a so massive scale. You see, you have to reduce its use and basically to reduce the waste from this thing. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not, I mean, we should not go to the other end, because this thing is saving us from using much more dangerous material, that are directly toxic, and they kill the people that use them, not after 10 years, someone, one in a million. So we have to be careful with all these things and be, let's say, to listen to what the experts say, and you have to have also the right kind of experts. If the experts come from a company, you cannot trust them so well. There has to be some sort of the governments, European Union, an independent body that comes from many companies and many people. So cannot these decisions cannot be taken from one side only.
Great. Thank you very much, Konstantinos. Very interesting.
Yeah.
Katerina, I'm sorry, there is one more question from Katerina. And what do you think about plastic as a material of Ferrera?
You know that the microplastics is now the new problem that is being discovered around. I think that this whole idea of one-use materials is basically not good. It's rubbish. It's producing also rubbish. And we should go away as fast as possible from this. I don't understand why I cannot keep a cup in my bag and have to throw every day like 5 cups and 5 plastics. I don't understand why I should do that. It's having an aluminum cup, it's lighter than having a plastic. It's more durable, it's safer, oil doesn't stick on it. It's much, much better. And even if I use a detergent to clean it, I can use a nice detergent and not throw away all this plastic. And I have never understood this. And personally, I don't like to drink water from plastic bottles. In Greece, they leave them under the sun and they stink after some time, which means that they have a lot of bad stuff inside. And I always felt that, and recently I talked to some colleagues that are detecting this stuff, and they say it's very harmful to drink these things. And okay, I understand that if a place has no running water, you have to have a plastic bottle, but you can refill a metallic bottle or a plastic that's being reused. It has the right kind of plastic. And now I think they're even discovering this thing in the air we breathe. There is a lab here that it's trying to catch the microplastics in filters and detect them, and I'm actually helping them with that. So I think all this plastic stuff, besides, you have this excellent resource, which is called petrol, and we're throwing it away for this kind of things. So for me, it's, I don't know, this should have been done 20 years ago with the plastics. You can do such nice plastics that are being used forever, and they're absolutely safe and they don't dissolve.
Okay. Thank you, Konstantinos. Thank you very much.
Something else?
Thank you, Konstantinos. Now I will turn on the recording. Actually, I haven't started recording yet. And that's
it's we're gonna have it from YouTube, Ilya, don't worry.
We will have it from YouTube?
Yeah, we'll have it from YouTube.
Oh, okay, great. So we don't need to do it.
Yeah.
Super. Thank you. I was feeling so bad. I didn't push the button. Okay. Actually, it's pretty amazing, Kostas. Thank you. I mean, you're always giving us this amazing perspective from within the lab of the scientists, creating new stuff. And you're telling us that actually the world cannot be saved from the perils of technology by creating more technology and more science. And that's, to hear this from you, it's really like, it's quite amazing, truly. And it's really a lesson for most of us, because we think that we can actually sprinkle the sky with aluminum to save us from climate change, and we can create plastics, or we can create asbestos materials that after 1 or 2 generations we discover that they create more harm than solutions. So it needs a big switch in policy, big switch in our heads as consumers, etc., etc. It's quite complicated. But Katerina now will give us a different perspective of what we can do to plastics and what we can do to plastic bottles without actually destroying the world in the process. So let me introduce Katerina Novakova from PetMat from the Czech Republic. Katerina has started her career as a teacher of experimental design studio founded together with Professor Achten in 2010. She aimed at manufacturing student projects and exhibit them in public spaces. The topic has been sustainability ever since the beginning of specializing in plastic bottles. She designed and constructed many awareness-raising public installations until she patented the Pet Brick, a specially shaped bottle for construction. Among her long-lasting installations are Petotem, Rantec, Bookworld, and others. In 2015, she founded NGO PetMat with Simon Prokop, switching to generating Czech 100% recycled filament for 3D printers. Pet Angel, Digital Factory, and many other projects were realized through crowd printing methods until they brought the functioning filament to the market. Lately, the group switched to using robots for 3D printing recycled polyethylene terephthalate in order to research the possibility of manufacturing bigger objects. Katerina will speak about recycled PET in architecture. Thank you, Katerina, for joining us. And now the stage is yours. You can share your screen.
Good morning. I will try to, I would like to thank you for inviting me to this event. It's really an honor for me. And I would like to thank you for this nice lecture from Konstantinos. Sorry for saying it wrong. because it was really interesting how many things you said, and it really touched me because you were speaking about habits. When I will be presenting, we also decided that people's habits have the most influence of our environment and of the sustainability and of all the ecology that we are talking about. Because when all the milliards, billions, or whatever people are producing some waste, one technology and one person cannot do anything about it. It must be something that everybody does. So yeah, we can maybe influence this. So thank you for mentioning this. It was really important. So I will try to share it as well. Is it this one? I think. Take some time. Yep. So I will test it. Can you see it like this?
Yes, yeah.
Yes, perfect.
Okay, okay, thank you very much. So what was the aim of my activities whatsoever? We are trying to use recycled PET in architecture and design. We are aware of that PET is actually the best material for recycling. So it's possible to recycle it very easy. And nowadays we can recycle the beverage bottles into beverage bottles very easily, as for all the companies try to. On the other hand, for example, I will focus a lot on the area of Czech Republic. It's only 10 million people, but I know it actually most what's happening there. And this technology here, we cannot do it. Yes, we are quite developed country, but we cannot recycle PET bottles into PET bottles. Everybody says it's possible, but we cannot do it. So it's not so easy as we thought. And this is just a small preview how my route went from the experimental studio in 2010 into a research group in 2014, into this NGO in 2016. There were some personal reasons to do so, to have an independent institution that can do actually what we decide and cooperate with whom we decide. So first of all, we asked the biggest producer or producent of PET bottles in the Czech Republic to support us, which in the end went well. So since 2015, this Matone producer actually supported our activities partly. Of course, we cooperate with Faculty of Architecture at Czech Technical University. They give us a lot of background, and we invite students from this institution to cooperate with us. This is what Ilyas already said. We are the two founders of this institution, and what we were trying to do. We are, first of all, I'm a teacher, basically. So I started as a teacher, and my capabilities were to get amount of students for projects which should support recycling and I think mostly human awareness. So we tried to start produce installations, exhibitions, which were made of reused bottles, just to show how many bottles we have and what else can we do about them. So we were knitting from plastic bags, we were constructing from plastic bottles, we were collecting many bottles just to perceive how many actually there are. I found out that only in the Czech Republic, there's 1 million per day. So 1 million waste plastic bottles per day. There is a system of collection in here. So mostly, I think 70–75% is being collected back. But how about the rest? You know, the rest is still a lot. The rest is still 250,000 bottles every day, which are somewhere in the nature, somewhere. We don't know. Sometimes people keep it to reuse it, but we don't know where they are. So we were trying to actually support the people take it, give it back. And this is one of the projects we started with. It was a tower in Zurich. The Zurich city wanted to also direct attention to the waste problem, and they wanted to build a 20-meter high tower just made of the production of the city per day. And they decided it's 150,000 plastic bottles per day in Zurich. So I took students and we started designing this kind of high-rise tower. It was very hard and we didn't manage. We made nice visualizations, we made nice images, but we were not actually able to build this high-rise tower out of regular plastic bottles. So we tried hard to design something. Let's see if it kind of video works. So we developed many principles, how to combine the bottles, how to build architecture of them, how to make structures of them. We took part in this competitions, etc. It was 2013. And by that time, we were able to design stuff, but we were not able to build it. So we came up with this first innovative system that we took CO2 in frozen stage, which is very small. Then we put it inside of the bottles. We kind of put them somehow together with sleeves and the bottles, and we were able to generate these sticks which could carry a big load. But in the end, we were only constructing installations, and it was not something that would really, on one hand, look really nice, and on the other hand, would work in a broad usage. So we kind of, it was one semester project. We exhibited outside. This was like a 1-minute production of Czech Republic in this square. It was 2 times 2 meters square. Nice. Everybody could see how much it's produced in 1 minute in this space. So it was, again, dragging attention and trying to convince people there is really a lot of bottles. Do we want it? Do we want to produce such a lot of waste? Let's behave in a different way. So we continued with many installations. The more funny it was, the better. So it only attached attention to our activities and to bring people to think about it and see what is it about. So if this runs, I would like, I don't know how much voice is there, maybe too much. Yeah. So the first bigger event was to construct a Christmas tree. We found on the web there are some Christmas trees made of plastic bottles. So we ran around Prague, made visualizations of how we imagine a big Christmas tree made of bottles. And we really tried to construct it. We had to cooperate with 12 basic schools or high schools actually from Prague and around, and we needed the kids to collect all the bottles because there were 12,000 of bottles, and it's already kind of amount which one group does not collect in a certain time. So we asked these schools to cooperate with us and gave lectures to the basic schools how about they can contribute to the public awareness of collecting waste. And we produced like Christmas exhibition where people could see how many bottles is only 12,000 bottles. Very very experimental structure. We didn't know if it's going to stand. We patented in the end because it's being held by the air inside of the bottles. So there is no actually no other structural construction holding this together. So you can see that the construction and the weather, it went within the construction took 3 days. The collection and fabrication took around 1.5 months for the schools. So it was like a pre-Christmas activity. After that, we found out, or even before, I don't know, we found out that there is so many activities around the world, maybe the same as ECOWEEK institution did, that we just collected all the examples of what people do about plastic bottles. So there is in the lower part, there is like Middle America, some Africa, some Indian countries who try to build architecture really out of the bottles, and it is always directed by somebody from Europe. So European NGO, European initiatives goes to these lands. They see what kind of catastrophe is there, and they kind of start an activity which make them collect the waste and construct something. It is schools, it is like just shading, it is really human buildings, it's everything. On the other hand, in our western part of the world, we construct these kind of public awareness pavilions. You see the middle one is in New York, the clouds in the sky, or somehow it was called like this. And it collected the barrels from milk. So this was again one hour production of New York, something like this. Like people could see how much is it within the time. So we also, I made a book about this where all these examples were collected, and gave it to my students so that they can directly see what's already been done and where can they start. So we tried to combine the bottles here and there, but it didn't work, and we failed all the time. So I don't know, will this work? We were thinking, why don't we construct a bottle which is handy for construction? Because these plastic round bottles, they're very bad for construction. You cannot combine it, it's very hard. So why don't the bottles have such shape which you can combine easily and you can construct houses from them? It was a lunatic actually idea, I think, because we found out very soon it's stupid idea, or maybe not stupid, but it's not useful in the terms we we imagine. It was like lunatic. But we designed this kind of bottle anyway, and we started to try construct stuff. We took part on the Expo 2015 in Milano, where we mounted these seats. We made it with some lights. They were like independently shining. You could throw them in the water. It was like showing that the plastic is like it's floating. You can reuse it as you want. You can play around with it. You can sit on it. So it formed seats in the Czech pavilion in the first floor, because there were, as you see, big stairs, and people, when they climbed the stairs, wanted to sit on something, and they had no benches. So we delivered these kind of operatively fast benches for this exposition. Together with this was like a new idea again for a new shape of bottles which could be easily reused. So in this term, the design was kind of well done. So it happened kind of well. And since then we were trying to kick this into more mass production, so that people would buy these bottles, maybe reuse them for a while and throw them maybe after a year, not so fast as now, because now the one life of one bottle is I think about 2 months and it's done. So every bottle can live approximately 2 months, and more or less this is the life. So we wanted to prolong this loop and leave the bottles a little bit longer as life. But finally we found out that more than as for furniture and architecture, it is relevant for design and actually fun, design, promotion, whatever stuff, that it works very well with the light. We constructed, for example, for Festival of Lights, we constructed a column which was actually measuring time. It was the measuring time of plastic age. So each hour, well, now it was like 1 hour. So each full hour, the column was shining all, and then it had 60 stripes, so each minute it was shining more and more and more, and then it was growing up to have the full light. So in the end, we found out this is the best toy for kids. So if this was a bottle delivered with some juice or some water, the kindergartens took it for their kids, and then the kids could play around with this as a big big game. It would work as well, together with that the kids would be told all the strategy and all the knowledge and all the sorting stuff and all the ecology about it. In the end, this brick was also used in the theater game and a theater play. So we had yeah, it was called Bad News. So there was like approximately 1 hour 1 hour performance with singers, players who were like using these pet breaks and the shining stuff in order, again, on one hand the promotion, and on the other hand the cultural event, and people enjoyed the story behind it, and etc. everything. Yeah, it also worked with concerts. So we were installing stuff at the like concert performances, music, rock festivals, and again it was like promoting yeah, not only the background of the singers but also the ecology again, and the sustainability and the people's behavior, especially on the festival. Everybody uses many plastic cups and many plastic bottles, and these events, especially during the summer, they are really tragic. So in the end, it found its way to TEDx event, where again it had like a broader impact on society, on people, and in the end, we wanted to place our bottles into stable installations where they will stay forever, because here they were like installed, demounted, installed, and it took a lot of time and actually energy. So some of these installations are now stable, and they form a reception desks. They are placed somewhere. Unfortunately, in the end, the company who were producing supporting us did not decide that it's economically relevant for them to produce it. So we got to certain stage that the bottle was fine, usable, useful, could be produced, but they decided it's not relevant for them, and they would rather go some other way. So we didn't produce it on a marketable way in the end. So we were so depressed out of this first failure. So we thought, okay, we designed the bottle. It is existing. It can be produced. We have the patents together with this company. If somebody wants, you can produce it, go this way. But maybe it's better to collect this plastic waste and redo it into filament. So maybe the filament, when it's recycled, and also in the Czech Republic, the Prussia company started to produce many home 3D printers. It's really, they are selling so much to the whole world. So we thought, okay, maybe this is the way how to reuse plastic, and new products can be made of this, and people can do it. Not us, but it would be spread like among all the nation and all the world maybe. So that we should use recycled filament, not the new one. And we bought actually recycled filament from Argentina. It was working so-so, but not so well, and not with this company which produces like most printers in here. So we decided to develop our own, because you see the CO2 footprint when transporting filament from Argentina to Czech Republic is really a stupid thing. So we decided to produce our own filament from our own recycled stuff and waste. And we had to construct our own 3D printers. You see, they are like homemade. It's wrap thing, in order to find out what are the conditions with which we can 3D print this this garbage. It is not easily printed in any printer. So we had to kind of find out, and this took us some years, which finally brought us into existing filament, which, for example, this one was 100% recycled and was relevant only for some printer, not for all. So this doesn't actually was not still working as we wanted, because we need everyone to be able to buy this recycled filament, not just single people. So we opened together with the museum in Jindřichův Hradec. We opened a special program for anybody, for voluntary people who could take part and test the filament within this project, where we decided to divide this statue into many pieces. This was one around like 300, let's say. And we opened a web page where people could choose their own piece and print it and send it back. So the task was to get them the filament. The voluntary printers generated the object and sent it back together with the feedback, what were the conditions for printing. So what temperatures, what printer they had, what the bed temperature was. So we got some information, not only from our testing, but from many printers. So in the beginning, we got the feedback from, let's say, 20 printers and 30 people around Czech Republic. We tried to
Katerina, can you hear me? We're really running out of time.
Okay, then I will
try to wrap it up. I mean, it's really amazing, and we can sit here waiting, listening for hours. But we have to. So,
I will jump to the end. I had no idea how much.
Thank you. Sorry.
Okay, let's go very fast through the end. So I think we are mostly at the end, because we are ending with the recycled filament. There were like more projects with students. They were more bigger projects, and this one was actually the final one, where we used the very fancy 3D 100% recycled PET, where we were collaborating already with the Ministry of Industry and Trade, where we actually hope for bigger impact on the society. We were representing the Czech Republic with this statue at the exhibition, and we ended up with actually recycled filament, which can be used with any printer from anybody. And we are not business company, so we told that company, some company which produces it, okay, let's design normal working stuff which is made out of this recycled stuff, and anybody can do it, anybody can buy it, and anybody can produce it. So it has many colors nowadays, and it can be spread among millions of people. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you, Katerina. Thank you very much. Let's see, do we have any do we have any questions from the chat?
Not so far. No, not so far.
No, we don't have.
I'm checking on YouTube now.
Okay, thank you. Now, I was actually, I'll try to reduce this to maybe one or two questions. The work, I mean, the work that you show is really inspiring, and I think that you said some things which are kind of amazing, in terms of helping us understand, where things are. Like you also spoke about habits, and that I think what you did with the crowd, how do you call it, the crowd printing was fascinating. That to start to create this idea of working together towards something which has meaning and which is actually reducing waste. I think it was kind of amazing. Now, I was wondering, Europe has set a very ambitious goal to reduce waste and become climate neutral by 2050. Do you see your work and your experimental approach becoming more mainstream, like other companies or businesses or factories or the industry starting to emulate what you're doing and actually making a shift in both in people's habits, but also in the way industry works?
we are being contacted by many companies, actually. I think what I can see is that our Faculty of Architecture is going towards the change, because we introduced this way of projects, and with we introduced like also the ecology, sustainability in terms of reuse of materials. So as Konstantinos was talking very much about materials, I think we in the experimental studio and architects must work with materials. So architects without materials can do nothing, and on the other hand, they can have big impact. I am very inspired by the architects who actually wanted to save the world with their ideology, because it also can be an ideology. Architecture, like the modern architects, had this very, very strong ideology, and I think we can have a big influence. So yes, there are many initiatives in the Czech Republic which support zero waste market and zero waste product and products from recycled materials. One thing I forgot to say, that all these participants were voluntary. They were really liking being part of an initiative, or of, it was a piece of art. So they were part of activity, part of a group, but they did it on their own. They were not given actually anything special. We gave them diploma, but the people just did it voluntarily. So it's not actually my activity; it's the activity of the people. They gave, we only prepared the chance to take part in this, but without them there won't be no results. So it was really activity done by Czech nation, as I would say. Like this. But as for your questions, yes, it's directed from state. They have Czech Republic as country for the future, something like that, and they really are focused on this recycling and circular economy is being supported.
Fantastic. Thank you, Katerina. It's really inspiring, and we hope to see you in more of our activities, and maybe we can think together of a project. I was looking at your lighting installations, and I was thinking maybe we should try and get them to more places where we have a connection. Like in Jerusalem, there's a light festival every year, so maybe we can think of something. Maybe we can think of something. I will let you know. We can speak about that.
We would really love to cooperate, definitely.
Yeah, super. Great, thank you, Katerina, very much. And I will pass the microphone to Despina to introduce our next speakers.
I'm actually very glad to introduce my colleagues and past classmates, ROECO team, Fine Organic Goods. The team is consisting by Maya Mitsyu, Katerina Hadjiangelaki, and Harry Kazas. And we're going to a different point of view, where the team is going to introduce the application of the concept of circular economy in the production of fine herbal teas for tea lovers. ROECO is a specialty organic herbal tea company based in Greece. And in accordance with the principles of fair trade and ethical food production, they collect season's harvest from small-scale Greek organic farmers. They carefully process and pack loose only the best whole herbal parts by hand in small batches in their certified facilities in Thessaloniki. All of their operations, from the production practices to the packaging they choose to use, are in line with their aim to respect and protect the environment. And we will say more about them shortly. Welcome to this event.
Hello, hi. So we're going to share our screen. Until we do it, I would like to thank you for inviting us to participate in this discussion as part of the Green Week. We always love to support initiatives that promote green practices and explore how we can make a zero pollution and toxic-free environment. So I'm going to give a brief presentation of who we are and what we do. So it's a company that is already 5 years old, and it started for us three. It's Harry and Katerina and me. And we are all three agriculturists, and we had done our MSCs in organic farming and ecosystem services. And it was actually when we were abroad that we were doing our masters, when we decided that we wanted to create our own brand under our own terms and apply a model of entrepreneurship, which combines a traditional product like are the herbs and practice the green and apply, in fact, the green practices we were taught during our studies. Our aim from the very start until now, when we design our products, is to promote well-being and habits that promote health, but at the same time by preserving the earth. So we always try to apply the model of circular economy, and you will see later how we have implemented it. When we did our research, we sadly realized that there was a lack of high quality teas. It's mainly low quality and dusty teas, and the packaging had nothing to do with green packaging and sustainable one, which for us was a necessity and for sure a one-way road. At the same time, we realized that the planet demands for sustainable choices, and like happily that the consumers seek ways to play their part in the environmental protection. So taking all these aspects into consideration, we design products that reflect the essence of circular economy and apply to the fullest the rule of reuse, reduce, and recycle. All of our products are certified organic and they are natural, so we don't have any chemicals, nothing that would leave a footprint on the planet. And we always have innovation in our minds when we design a new product line. So yes, that was the right slide. Sorry. At the same time, we want to suggest sustainable solutions, so meeting our goal to reduce waste. The first product was launched in 2016. It entails the innovation of a concept that we call it Drink It Plant It, and we suggest a second use for a container before returning it to the earth. It's like the epitome of circular economy, and we were one of the first companies to implement it in general, but in Greece for sure. To give you a brief for this product line, it consists of 5 different herbal tea blends, and they are all named after ecosystems. We did the blends according to their properties, so they were not just randomly mixed, but we gave the names for a more poetic solution. For example, the sea one is the relaxing one, because we imagine that you are in the sea, you are relaxed, so we put all the herbs that take the stress away and promote a good sleep. Each package serves around 20 cups, and what we do is suggest a second use, and we don't just suggest it, we actually provide a seed stick on the other side of the lid to help you turn it into a pot. So that is why it's called Drink It and Plant It. So after you drink, you find the seed stick, like you can see on the slide in the first step, on the other side of the lid. Then you can follow the instructions on the back side of the label and plant it inside. You take care of it, and once the plant is big enough and needs to be replanted, you don't have to do it. You just put it into the soil or a bigger planter or in a garden, and it actually decomposes, becoming food for your plant. So it leaves 0 residues. The pot gets a second life before it completes its life cycle by returning from where it came from, the earth. So this is the first line that still continues to be an innovation. And I think it's worth to sit back and enjoy a video that shows the planted part, which is very, very nice to do and an educative way to see where it came, the thing you bring. So let us know if you cannot see it. Okay. At this point, before continuing to the next slide, I would like to say that we have expanded this range. So we have just launched our refill packs. And this is a way that suggesting to reuse the container multiple times before turning it into a pot. So we extend its life cycle and we promote the use of less material. So we always try to find ways to become even better to a range that was already very sustainable. So this slide, we're very proud to talk about it. It is actually something that we have not yet launched, so you are the first to know about it, but we're going to do the following weeks. It is again a concept that we were inspired by the circular economy and we tried to apply it to the fullest, like we did with our first range 5 years ago. And again, we talk about herbal teas, but a bit differently. So it's not herbs, but we actually make herbal tea from the cacao husks. So cacao husks are actually the outer part of the cacao beans, and it's a material that the chocolate manufacturers do not use. So we recognized, we did our trials, a gem in this product, and decided to give it a second life. So when this is brewed, it gives you a chocolatey design. So we keep the flavor, but it has 0 calories, whilst it keeps all the beneficial properties. So what is more, when you have used your cacao husk, you can do multiple brewings, then it can turn into food for your plants, like we can see in the diagram. So it again returns to earth. So again, we try to reduce waste, but we have always in mind to extend the life cycle of the products that exist. Again, it's a novelty because we are the first company in Greece to launch that, and one of the very, very few companies that do it worldwide. And we are really proud of it and hope that people will embrace it as much as they did the rest of our products. So we would wrap it up saying that we feel that we reflect the essence of green entrepreneurship. Our aim is to serve this and create a healthy habit to for the people and slow living, while at the same time we preserve the earth and do our best for it. So I think, I don't know if I missed anything, maybe the guys can add something, or you can ask questions if you have any.
Fantastic, thank you very much. It's I'm always glad to see with your ideas you're coming up, and I must admit, and we all know we're coming from the same hometown, we started the same university, and we all know that Thessaloniki is a very limited market and a very, I would say for many years, was quite narrow thinking market. So you studied abroad, you came back. How easy was it to basically come with a concept like that, and how easy was to establish a company in a very limited market and basically apply the concept of circularity in your product? Do you think the public was ready to accept something like that? Or did it need a more effort to basically publish it, to basically promote your ideas?
You know, the necessity for sustainable practices and choices was strong. So the market was a bit immature, honestly, but on the other hand, they craved to find products like this. So we were very, very happy to see that they all welcomed the products. I think the most difficulties were to find the raw material for us, products that would be like our packaging and stuff. It was very hard back then find so as to combine everything together and get what we had in our minds back then. So it was difficult, but not from the consumers that much, more of the part to manage to make it. We had very strict goals, how to say that, for what we want to do. We didn't want anything less than what we had in our mind. So it was not easy to do it, and still isn't that easy, but for sure it is better.
Great. And you have grown in within a few years, not only like in Greece, but also abroad. Now you have presented us your new product, which looks fantastic. What are the next steps? I mean, we have a very international public attending today. Where someone can find you? Is it only in Greece, or because I know that you are exporting your products also abroad, right?
Honestly, when we first started, we designed the whole company for exports. So we started exporting. Not that we didn't want Greece for sure, but maybe the consumers in Greece were not that educated for a product like that. Now we are very happy to export to 25 different countries, including third countries like the US and the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia. So where we see ourselves in the next years is to broaden, of course, the market. And it's very, very interesting that we managed to penetrate markets like I said, for example, Saudi Arabia, that have a deep culture of peace, but not our peace, for example, and we are very different between us. But yet there is the need for sustainable choices and green practices, so they embrace it. Even for a company that is small like us, we are very delighted that we get the attention and they reach us, to be honest. So this is what we want to do in the next years. Yeah.
Fantastic. Katerina is asking if can she find you in Czech Republic?
Yes, you can. Anyone can advise our web site. There is this tab called Stockists in the menu, and then we have all the countries and all the different places. It's always updated. And yes, we do have Stockists in the Czech Republic. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't know if anyone else has any further question. Elias, if you want to add anything further.
No, I think it was amazing. I like the idea that I'm a compost freak, so you know, using whatever you have and bringing back to earth. I think it's amazing, and I really liked your idea about a container becoming really a life giver, you know, plant, and so I think it's amazing. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll try to get you to more of our events so that we can promote it, also to help promote your products. I think they're really the way the world should be going, and you should be definitely a mind changer and a game changer. So we'll try to help as much as we can.
Thank you for
Thanks.
everything. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, I would like to introduce our next speaker, Alexander Reich. Alexander, hi, your microphone is off.
Hi,
Just
hello.
pronounce your last name correctly, because I don't want to make a fool out of myself.
Reich.
Reich. Okay, so it's Alexander Reich. Welcome to ECOWEEK. Thank you for joining us, Alexander. Alexander is the co-founder and director of external relations of PSPA. PSPA is the Polish Alternative Fuels Association in Poland, of course. He's responsible for, but not limited to, consulting member organizations, supporting market development, and sharing the intricacies of Polish sustainable transport market at industry events and publications. Alexander is a lawyer, alumnus of the Faculty of Law at the Warsaw University. He's a seasoned professional in corporate communication and public affairs. He gained his experience on the energy, financial, and fast-moving consumer goods markets. Alexander manages a public affairs agency along with a number of projects developing new technologies for sustainable transport. He's an innovation and new tech enthusiast. As an avid sailor and skier, he authentically believes in building dynamics and motion without CO2 emissions. Alexander's lecture will be very different from what we saw right until now, but very relevant to what we're talking about circular economy and about the European Green Deal. He will speak about sustainable transport sector in Poland as the largest market in Central and Eastern Europe. So Alexander, the microphone is yours, the stage is yours, you can share your screen, and thank you for joining us.
Okay, I'll share my presentation. I hope you can all see it. Please alert me if something is wrong. I started from the back, just wait. Okay, there we go. All right, here we go. I hope everyone can see the presentation. Thank you, Elias, so much for this introduction. And actually, I am absolutely inspired by what I saw thus far. Extremely interesting initiatives, so much creativity, and so much wonderful ideas. And truthfully, I think together, all these sectors, as well as the transport sector, which my area of expertise pertains to, can shape a much more environmentally friendly and responsible habit and stance for the future. As PSPA, we support the sustainable transport sector in Poland, and now we're actually trying to expand into the CE region. We like to say about ourselves that we drive e-mobility, at least for the Polish market. We are an NGO, and I will just in short, in a brief description, talk about who we are really, so that you can bring it more into perspective. As PSPA, we now have more than close to 140 members, so quite a lot of different entities who joined our venture, our endeavor to shape a better future, so to say. We have, of course, we encompass the entire OEM market. So this is the automotive producers, the car makers. They are, of course, our members, the Polish companies, but often also the global players as well. We associate energy companies, energy operators, energy distributors, logistic companies, FMCG companies, everyone who's interested really in joining the e-mobility revolution. As the CE region and Poland, for sustainable transport, the closest future to be seen is probably related with electromobility. And as you can see from the slide, from the logos, this was really a lot of the companies leading and paving the way today, but we're trying to focus their efforts into achieving something very viable and tangible. We also work closely with the local authorities in Poland, municipalities, to raise their awareness regarding the challenges of e-mobility and sustainable transport, but also to raise their awareness regarding the new law, because both the EU as well as the Polish public administration introduces many obligations for these municipalities. that really affect their policies and the way they have to invest their budgets. Apart from that, of course, academic institutions and media outlets are our partners as well. We base our efforts on 4 different areas: building and developing competence, educating the market, and hence I noticed in the introduction and Elias's introduction that building awareness and kind of educating stakeholders around is one of the keys, I think, strategies for success. This is what we believe in as well. That's why we try to disseminate knowledge, information that we gather from the market and from our members. The Competence Center is a way to educate and train, both on the very basic level of what an EV is, what type of EV charging infrastructure you should install by planning to join the EV revolution, what is hydrogen mobility, what are various other technologies that should be expounded on to understand this market, but also consult our members on how to navigate on the Polish market. And as I said, we're trying to spread that more into the CE region because we really envision this whole area as an area that shares challenges and goals. We also have a legislative center, and this, of course, is for shaping law, discussing about law. I'm sorry, I'm seeing questions. I don't know if they're, I guess, okay. No. All right, they're not to me. So we believe that this is something, okay, sorry. That this is something we have to work on with the public administration, both on the level of local administration and central administration in Poland, but also on the level of the EU. We know about the Fit for 55 initiative and various other legislative projects that are now going on, the AFID renewal, I could say, or amendment, but many other different and important areas of law that need to be affected, and where both business but also the academic and the NGOs have to join forces together to shape a better market. And of course, the Research and Analysis Center, which is a natural part of every NGO. We gather information, data, which we process, analyze, make reports, and then share with the market. And the New Mobility Center. This is what we call both our headquarters, where we are in Warsaw, where you're all welcome to visit us. But apart from that, also our kind of part of activity where we organize webinars, conferences, congresses, and various other venues to discuss e-mobility, sustainable transport, and zero emission transport as a whole. We're very active. We develop close to 100 projects annually. We spread them into different areas of interest or topic. One of them is the data-based activities that we do, and our flagship project is the Polish EV Outlook. This is to provide the market with a forecast of what's going to happen on the basis of profoundly aggregated information, data, numbers, statistics that all kind of really show where we are in terms of developing this market. And this is for Poland, but we plan in July, we will publish the 2021 edition for it to be a little bit more broad in context. We also have various other projects. I don't want to go into deeply, but we're waging right now probably the largest e-mobility education awareness campaign, which also involves interactive applications, calculators, comparative apps that we developed ourselves for stakeholders to kind of not only get knowledge from us, but to be able to verify it if it's for them, if e-mobility is for them, if they can actually join this this process of development. We have various other projects and reports. I don't want to go in too much in detail because this is about us. And what I am here to speak about is about the challenges that we face. Now, Poland, why would we focus on Poland when talking about the CEE region? Well, it is probably the biggest market in this area. And also, I think one of the most robustly developing in relation with the EU. So, of course, by being the biggest markets, we are also one where challenges, obstacles, and problems are very discernible. Poland, for example, is the unfortunate leader of smog, so air pollution, in terms of our problems, our climate problems. 29 of Polish cities are amongst the top 100 most polluted, especially with PM 2.5, those are the smog particles, in Europe. We are the 4th most polluted country in terms of the PM 2.5 in the EU. This is, of course, mostly low and medium emissions, so usually households being heated with waste material and plastic and things that really produce the most polluting effect for the environment. And since single family households are 60% of the entire Polish housing market, this is a big problem that needs to be tackled. And of course, the government, the EU, and various other entities are trying to address this problem. But the second problem, in terms of how much transport influences pollution and the problems and challenges therein, is a typically Polish problem of enormous imports of old ICE vehicles. So ICE, of course, meaning internal combustion engine, so the traditional powertrain vehicles that are being imported, but usually diesel-fueled, very decrepit, fifth or sixth-hand vehicles that produce a lot of damage to both the environment and the actual community, in trying to understand what we should do to fix the problems that pertain to us. So as you can see, since 2000, we've imported 16 million of these vehicles. And if you take into account that currently in Poland, there are 20 million legally registered vehicles, this is a very worrying number. And going to the more vehicle statistics, out of the 20 million vehicles we have legally registered in Poland, only 20,000 of those vehicles are electric vehicles, and only half of those 20,000 are fully electric vehicles. So the numbers are astonishingly low. And of course, this is something that we're trying to accelerate, develop, and make a base from which we want to start and really fuel the process to make it drive even quicker. In terms of charging infrastructure, those numbers are also quite low, about 1,500 charging stations available in Poland. Most of those are AC stations, so for those who are less acquainted with the terms, more slow charging stations and infrastructure. Of course, this whole idea of zero emission transport based on electromobility, which seems to be the way we are heading right now in terms of the EU, but also the CE region, is the energy policy, which is a huge problem. For Poland, I think this is widely known, the energy sector, the production sector, is based mostly on brown coal, much less on black coal sources, which is a very, very difficult thing for us, because changing this whole strategy, changing this whole policy is an enormous challenge, which is partially being addressed both by ways of incentives and subsidies for renewables, mostly wind farms, which the Polish energy companies, state-owned energy companies are right now investing in, but also in what in Poland is very widely implemented at the moment, which is a prosumer strategy, so that households can produce their own energy in a way usually fueled by PV, so solar power. And this is much incentivized and subsidized by the government, and this is slowly becoming a trend. And of course, going back into transport, one of the things we do have to face, but Poland is actually becoming quite a power in this area, is the heavy vehicles, which are mostly diesel-based in 98%, which is a big problem, of course. But most of the big heavy-duty vehicle producers in terms of electric powertrains are actually starting to come to Poland to develop their business here. Now, in terms of our market, which is important for the entire region as we see it, is the way to approach policies. And this is something we're trying to really develop, the idea of this, and really try to support smart policies in this regard. Because one thing are the bonus policies, so the positive policies, rewarding policies. And these, of course, in Poland are being introduced and are met more widely into the entire CE region, be it Hungary, Czech Republic, Slovakia. We're seeing a lot of this happening in the region as a whole. So free of charge parking for EVs, access to clean transport zones, possibility to use bus lanes with, of course, the green number plates that I will also go into, and additional incentives and subsidies of a financial nature. But what's very important is to understand that there are certain policies which we call the malice policies, and we're seeing this in markets like France, Germany, Norway, so leading EV markets in Europe, where policies are being introduced to limit, for example, importing old vehicles from different markets, importing diesel vehicles. And these are usually environmental fees, environmental taxes that are being introduced so that it's more affordable and it's much more profitable and attractive to buy a new EV with the state support and incentives, of course, than importing a cheaper yet more damaging for the climate vehicle that is run on diesel or other fossil fuels. This is an example of the green plates. They are fully in use, and this is, of course, not a pioneering concept. Many other nations do have this as well. I think the original part for Poland is that we usually mostly, well, the law now stipulates that it can only be fully electric vehicles that can have the green plate. Some states have introduced this for plug-in hybrids as well. The difference, of course, being the three different vehicles that one can have is the fully electric vehicle, so the battery electric vehicle, a plug-in hybrid vehicle, which is a vehicle that runs partly on a combustion engine, partly on an electric engine, and it can be charged. And of course, hybrid vehicles, just regular hybrid, which don't have a charging possibility, but their own powertrain can fuel a battery, and it can be partially electric. In terms of the number of vehicles, I've already mentioned this. This is not that important, but of course, this number is much more, I think, insightful. If you think about the 24,000 vehicles we have at the moment, I will present a forecast for the future in my last slide, where you will see these increasing numbers, and the dynamic of this increasing will be very, very accelerated. We have only 12,000 BEVs, so the fully electric vehicles, as I said, we are now trying to drive a policy to understand that also used fully electric vehicles might be a very good idea if this is a Polish trend. And so we're trying to promote that idea as well. The number of charging stations, public charging stations, means that they are publicly available, that they are not situated in your home, in your garage, or your parking lot, but for example, they are available by museums, by city centers, many other areas, and of course, charging stations, so fueling stations as well. What we think is quite interesting in Poland is that this development of e-mobility, of sustainable transport, both in terms of using as in terms of production capacity, is becoming more spaced out. And this for us is an interesting trend because it means it kind of is bringing development to the entire country instead of singular regions. One of the things we're leading is e-buses. And here we are very advanced. Warsaw has 200 electric buses, fully electric buses in its fleet. And it is a leader, a European leader. It's amongst the top cities and competing even with German or Norwegian cities or other Scandinavian states. So this is a very interesting development. And of course, these public tenders are done in a way to be implemented in other markets, which is another plus side, and we think something that can be a good benchmark to be used in the entire region. Of course, we have become a power in terms of electric buses thanks to Solaris, a Polish brand, now a Spanish-owned company, which is a breakthrough venture that introduced in very copious amounts to the market large portfolios of electric buses around the world. But another, and of course, in terms of e-bus production, it's not only Solaris, the Polish company, now Spanish-owned, but also Volvo, MAN, and a Polish-based company called Rafaco, which produces electric buses under the name ARP. We have facilities located around Poland that produce these vehicles. But what's actually very interesting, we're becoming a power in terms of economy and potential to produce lithium-ion batteries and developing the ideas of how to recycle them, because of course that is the enormous challenge as well. As you can see, this is another interesting factor. These facilities, these production plants are also spaced out quite evenly around Poland. And this is, again, a big potential for the local economies. And one has to remark one thing. It is that a very significant factor, the shift from conventional transport to zero emission transport will be an enormous challenge for the job market. And this is because even statistically, an ICE vehicle, so an internal combustion engine vehicle, has about 20,000 parts on average, whereas an electric vehicle has about 5,000 parts per average. That means 4 times less things that have to be produced to make the vehicle. That alone shows the enormous challenge for the actual job market and the effect it will have on the economy. And that is for all markets. And so we think that markets have to find their own unique potential. For Poland, we are seeing that the battery component and battery market might be this, in order to support their economies for the future and be able to really have sustainable development within this sustainable transport. Of course, Poland is not a power in terms of EV production. We have plants for Volkswagen mostly in Poland, but these are still conventional vehicles and utility vehicles as well. Now, this is a forecast that we have made in the Polish EV Outlook, a flagship project of ours that I've mentioned before. And what we find very valuable in this analysis that we produce is that we have these scenarios of various nature. There is an optimistic scenario that assumes that all the possible incentives, smart policies, and good habits will be a reality. But we also have a pessimistic scenario where the community and the public opinion doesn't really see the really important goals that EV brings along. The state does not support this development much, and it becomes thwarted. What we like to assume is a realistic scenario. So a situation in between the two I described, a situation where some smart incentives are being introduced, where both bonus and malus policies are also introduced, and where the community and the public opinion becomes more and more aware of the solutions this provides and entails. And this realistic scenario we usually publicize, wherein in 5 years, actually 4.5, we will have 320,000 EVs. In just 10 years, close to 1 million, and then 3 times that in 20 years. We think this is a viable scenario for fully electric vehicles. We are seeing this coming along, especially that the pandemic, which is a very interesting feature, has been very bad for the wider automotive sector, but very good for electromobility. We've seen incredibly fast rises in the number of sales and orders for EVs across Europe. So this is a very interesting characteristic. And of course, I hope that we all will actually get involved in the EV revolution. And if ever you wish to talk about it, discuss it further, please don't hesitate to reach out. We're very open, very willing to cooperate and talk to you. So thank you.
Thank you, Alexander. Wow. It's amazing. Thank you. I mean, it's quite remarkable and quite impressive of what's going on in Poland. I think the association is really, it looks like you're really leading this sector in Poland and could have a very nice influence also in the entire Europe, of course, Southeast in Europe, but Centralist in Europe, but also in Europe in general. Now, I had this question because you spoke about the revolution that the EV is making, and how Poland and other countries could be part of it. And I'm thinking about Tesla. We all hear about Tesla and the Tesla revolution of the electric vehicle. And my question is, why don't we see more, let's say, Tesla vehicles in Europe or other electric vehicles in Europe? And what are the advantages and disadvantages and the prospects of seeing similar cars in the market very soon? Now, also, if Tesla is doing so well, what are the other industries? I mean, we still see the car industry being very traditional. How do you see this change? I mean, how fast this change will happen, in your opinion?
So, yeah, well, Tesla, of course, is the pioneer, and we see Tesla in Poland and all European countries, really. Of course, if you go to Amsterdam, it's a kind of Tesla capital for Europe, but we're seeing a lot of this technology coming in. Of course, Tesla is, first of all, it was first on the market in terms of big publicity, and it is continuing this communication effort and promotion effort. But really, the pandemic has slowed the automotive industry, and hence the portfolios of electric vehicles have been slowed down as well. But we think that once the economy becomes stabilized within half a year, maybe, the following months, we will see an enormous rollout of EV portfolios. First of all, Europe is a very particular market with very many car producers on quite a small area. So if you see the Renault Zoe or the whole ID3, ID4 models for Volkswagen, or the Audi e-tron for the more premium models, they are very popular amongst users. We're seeing a lot of them being sold and ordered. And we think that next year, there will be very large portfolio rollouts. So all the producers, we know that Daimler is preparing a very large, the EQ model family rollout. We know that Volkswagen has a very large portfolio it will bring along. Even companies like Porsche or other sport vehicle manufacturers are also preparing a very large portfolio of products. And and I'm saying fully electric vehicles. So there will be many more Teslas and many more of these vehicles coming along. But of course, therein rises a question. What has to be in parallel? And in parallel, definitely, you have to have the EV charging infrastructure, because if you have EVs but you can't charge them, then you're having a big problem. Fortunately enough, Europe is also being very innovative in this area. And a lot of the companies from the old EU states, so to say, are coming into the CE region, especially countries like Poland, Slovakia, Czech Republic, Hungary, Romania, and many, many others. Companies are coming in and bringing very innovative thought to develop this EV charging infrastructure. So we're seeing this kind of develop in a parallel and sustained way.
Thank you, Alexander. It's quite amazing. But of course, I will say that I think what you said is very important about the first of all that the community and the policymakers become more aware of the options. I think that's important. But I think also the consumers should understand that their best option to take an electric-driven bus and the public transportation than buy their own vehicle, of course, because cars are still a problem in cities. Because the more cars we have, the more public space becomes dedicated to cars and not to people. So we have to be also aware of the balance that we can improve the technology, but we also have to reduce the use of cars. So there's a kind of a conflict there.
Absolutely, no, and we fully support, and we also work very closely with all the companies from the shared economy model. We have a big company like that in Poland called Panek for shared vehicles. We support this fully. We work with micromobility. We work with electric bicycles as well. Of course, our strategy is absolutely not to introduce more vehicles to the city centers and municipalities. Absolutely. What we think is a kind of a future based on zero emission transport, autonomous vehicles, wherein they're shared as well. When you really need to take a long route, then you can get an autonomous vehicle, which reduces accidents, increases safety, and companies like Mobileye from Israel and very many other assorted players and companies from the US as well, and China now as a big power coming into this whole picture. This will be the future, surely, absolutely. And we support also the development of clean transport zones. We've done so in the city of Kraków in Poland, a medieval city on the south of Poland, which now has a clean transport area where only an electric vehicle can access it. So we absolutely support and develop these ideas as well.
Great. There's so much to talk about, but we have to move on because the time is limited. But we hope to have you again in another event and give you probably more time to really expand on this issue, because I think mobility and electric vehicles and of course self-driven cars are really the thing that will take a lot of our attention in the very near future. It looks that it's really evolving very strongly. So thank you, Alexander, for being with us.
I agree.
Thank you. Now we are a little late. We're running on Greek time, so we're okay. We're allowed to do that. So we'll take just 10 minutes for a break for people just to have a cup of coffee, of course, in a not a plastic mug, of course. Just if you can drink something and refresh, and then we can be back at 1:15, so we can continue with the next panel. Thank you, everyone. We'll be back at 1:15.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're back. We're back and we have our speakers. I will just share my screen so we can have the names and all the information. Okay. All right, so we're back. Thank you everybody for joining again. To our speakers and the participants. I would like to introduce our second panel. The second panel is titled Smart Cities, Innovation and the Environment. Of course, we're still in the same mind frame of sustainability, zero waste as much as possible, and to learn from our speakers, to show good examples and best practices. And I would like to also thank the Friedrich Naumann Foundation for being partners in organizing this panel. And I would like to welcome our speakers and policymakers who are working in their cities in a variety of initiatives to promote sustainability and resilience and to make their cities more humane for people and for children. We will share expertise from 2 municipalities in Greece and 1 in Turkey. And we hope that this sharing of ideas will also result in cross-breeding new ideas, policies, practice, and also collaborations between different cities. And we're very much into really creating those ties between different sectors, different people, different industries, so that more ideas are being born and new solutions are being born. Our distinguished speakers will speak about 15 to 20 minutes. And they would give a presentation. Then we have a short Q&A session. The participants are welcome to write your questions in the chat, whether it's in Zoom or YouTube. We will address them if time allows. And of course, we'll address them to the speaker so we can make this panel as interactive as possible. Now, I would like to invite Despina to join me in moderating the panel and also to introduce our first speaker. Despina, the microphone is yours.
Thank you very much. We would like to welcome Mr. Ioannis Andonakis, the Deputy Mayor of Environment in Alimos Municipality in Athens, Greece. Mr. Andonakis studied radiology and worked as a radiologist until 2019. From 2015 to 2020, was Vice President of the Sports and Cultural Organization of Alimos Municipality. Since 2015, he is the chairman of the Municipal Swimming Pool Facility of Alimos Municipality. And since 2019, he serves as Deputy Mayor of Environment at the Municipality of Alimos in Athens, Greece. Welcome and thank you for being with us today.
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. My name is Antonakis Yannis. I am a Vice Mayor of the Environment in the Municipality of Athens, as you said. And today I will develop to the local practices for environmental protection. Let me share. Okay, can you see the share? Okay. The municipality of Alimos is a small municipality with dense urban construction locally, but at the same time with easy access to the seaside, with beaches and sea of excellent quality. It is crossed by 2 beautiful streams, and compared to other municipalities in Attica, it has larger green areas. Our purpose is to improve the quality of life of its citizens by upgrading the quality of the environment where we live. We firmly believe that by acting locally and within the scope of our municipality, we can help change our way of life for the better. After all, this is the context in which we can act as the administrator of the municipality. I will briefly present 9 effective actions which today upgrade our environment and quality of life. First of all, household biowaste. Since 2019, we have started to collect our biowaste separately for the purpose of a large-scale compost process. We have given priority to the major producers in our area, and today all the biowaste companies of our municipality have separate collection bins and the separate collection stream. Initially, we communicated with all the companies that produce biowaste within our municipality. Then we provided all the companies with bins and special equipment for the collection of biowaste. Since November 2019, when the bins were placed in all companies until today, regular visits and updates are carried out in the aforementioned areas. Our goal through continuing education is to collect the highest quality material. Our businesses of the city will be expanded and will be continued at every level. However, apart from the large producers of biowaste in the city, we have started in 2019 to inform all our citizens. Even in the period when there were difficulties due to COVID-19, we kept our communication with our citizens by all appropriate means, that is by phone, personal appointments, distribution of relevant publications, etc. Today, we have covered 40% of our city, and we hope by the end of the year to cover 100% of the municipality. What we easily understand from this whole process is that the more you discuss, the more you inform the citizens, the better the result you have. Numbers now make us smile and be optimistic. They rank us among the pioneers of this process. And this is the garbage truck of the biowaste. Second, upgrade of the system for independent collection of recyclable materials, the blue bins. This system has been operating in our city for about 12 years. We consider today that the above system, although it has reached an efficiency of 52%, needs to be upgraded and changed its mode of operation in order for all the recyclable material to be utilized. We have prepared a specific program and immediately hope for the remaining 48%, which we could not recover until today, with a very specific producers to be able to divert it from the landfill. The purpose is the universal utilization of these recyclable materials through the stream of the blue bins. This is the selection center. Also the selection center. Third, separate paper collection stream exclusively for schools. Since 2019, we have started the special educational program at all levels of education in our municipality in order to raise awareness and inform students, teachers, and parents on the issues of management of recyclable materials. We have started the program of total recycling of materials used in schools, and initially special collection bins for paper were placed in all classrooms and units. Of course, paper in schools is a very friendly material that is widely consumed. We had a great response to the program, and today we are already collecting significant quantities of paper for recycling. Despite the fact that the schools were forced to close due to COVID-19, today we continue with the same enthusiasm and the same performance in paper collection. The program will continue this year with the installation of new bins for the collection of other recyclable materials. The teachers and the rest of the school staff play a very important role in this process. As you can see, this is my visit to the schools. Four, management of gardening waste of the municipality with zero waste. In recent years, we have created an independent collection stream of gardening waste, which is gradually upgraded, and the quantities of collection of such materials are increasing. Today, we can be proud that almost all the production of such materials in the municipality is completely recycled and does not create any kind of waste. The above product is essential for the creation of good quality compost in combination with our action for bio-waste. Today, the management of specific materials is performed in specialized factories outside our municipality. We intend in the near future the first processing of the material to be done in facilities within our municipality in order to reduce transfers and therefore reduce the environmental footprint. Center 5, Center for Training and Management of Household Waste. Within 2020, a training center for waste management will operate in the facilities of our municipality, which is the first phase will concern all students of the city in collaboration with our teachers. The students will have the opportunity to see in practice the management of waste at a local level. We want to educate and show to them how we work in order to make our students ambassadors of proper waste management. It is important that citizens and especially students are aware of the difficulties faced by local services in the way citizens deal with so-called waste. Six, protection of streams. As I have already mentioned earlier, our city is cross streams. The location of the municipality is such as a result of which the waters of High Metus and Apinid through the natural route of the streams. These streams need protection and very specific interventions in order to remain as much as possible in their original physical form. Given that these streams cross dense urban areas, all necessary required actions are taken in order for the citizens to enjoy the benefits that nature generously offers. Seven, protection of the beach and the sea. Our beach is located at a very short distance from the center of Athens. And as you may assume, we host a very large number of visitors, especially on weekends. In recent years, we trend increasing, and especially in recent times with the restrictions on travel due to COVID-19, visitors are much more. Nevertheless, our beach is of exceptional quality. We intervene systematically and in many ways in order to keep our coastal zone at a very high level. We have created high quality conditions in every respect. Cleaning and necessary interventions in the area are constantly in our agenda. Eight, the green areas of our city. We systematically preserve the green areas of the city, despite the reserve urbanization of some locations. We also have vast green areas in the city. We keep them in excellent conditions and extend them at every opportunity. We take advantage of every small or large space in order to expand the green zone of the city. Compared to the urban municipalities, we have managed to be much higher in green areas ratio. Some of the green areas in our municipality, and for the last, electric drive systems. We have installed the first spots in the city with public electric car chargers. These spots operate with the help of solar panels, and the environmental footprint is zero. We hope that that with the expansion of electric drive systems, we'll be able to further expand the specific networks. Thank you very much for listening carefully, and I hope I covered the whole issue for you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm very inspired by the work it's been done, because I remember in 2005 in Egina we were trying to start the recycling system with the blue bins, and it was quite I wouldn't say complicated, but it really took a lot of effort to change the minds of both the policymakers and some of the people. But then eventually, when you get people to become partners, and as you did with the schools, like you go there, you talk to them, you explain, and then they actually, Egina had one of the best quality recycled how do you call them, packaging, according to what the factories would say that they received it, which means that people are really ready to respond and to do the right thing. And it's really inspiring that the municipality is really putting this effort to both involve people and also to do the work outside, and so people see when the workers are working. So it's also for them inspiring and making them more conscious not to throw their cigarette out, not to throw the paper cup out. So they also become partners in what you're trying to do. I wanted to ask you just one question about the public participation, which I liked very much what you do with the schools and the children, because as you said, they become good ambassadors, not only in the school, but also in the city and also at home. But how about older people? Do you also put the same effort in explaining things to parents, to businesses, to shops, and to other groups that are older age and they're more dispersed and not like children which are in the classroom? Is it the same intensity of public participation?
Yes, they made a good effort also, but our first I think that the children are the most important for this effort.
Okay. Yes, absolutely. I mean, sometimes children, you know, I had this, I saw once in Egina, there was in a game of basketball game of children that parents and children came to watch, and there was a garbage bin, and there was a bottle that fell next to the garbage bin, and there was a father and a child that were walking towards the stadium, and the child sort of bent to pick up the plastic bottle to put it in the bin, and the parent tells the kid, don't do that, you're not a cleaner, you know, you're not supposed to do that.
The future are the
amazing.
children.
Yes, the future is the children. Amazing. It was really kind of amazing. So thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And we hope really, we wish you luck in all the projects that you're doing, and lots of success to, you know,
Thank you very
getting
much.
everything more expanded and getting people on board, which is very important.
Thank you.
And we'll move on to our next speaker, Dr. Burcu Özdemir. Dr. Özdemir is the director of Smart City in the Metropolitan Municipality of Istanbul in Turkey. She's a graduate from Istanbul Technical University, Urban and Regional Planning Department. Dr. Özdemir completed her first master's education at both the ITU Institute of Science and Technology and Hamburg Hafen City University Urban Design Master Program, and a second master's at the Applied Informatics Department at ITU Informatics Institute. While studying, she had contributed to manage feasibility studies for investment public projects at the Department of Surveying Projects, working as an urban planner at Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality. She received her PhD degree again from ITU Urban Planning Department. Between 2015 and 17, she served as a visiting scholar at Ohio State University in the US and completed a certificate program at MIT Metrolab titled Bridging the Metropolitan Gaps, Shaping the Metropolitan Discipline. She has expanded her studies in the fields of perceptual cognitive studies, urban informatics, and environmental psychology. Alongside her academic publications, she has been giving postgraduate lectures in these fields and teaching at the Informatics Institute Applied Information Department at ITU. Dr. Özdemir's lecture is titled The Smart City Journey of Istanbul, and I would like to welcome you and thank you for joining us from beautiful Istanbul.
Thank you very much. Also, thank you very much for introduction me. Hello, everyone. I can start and share my screen if you. Okay, first, let me. Okay, great. Okay. Yeah. Hello, everyone. I am Burcu Özdemir. I'm Smart City Director at the Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality. Today, I am going to give a little bit information about our Smart City journey of Istanbul. When we look at how the concept of Smart City emerged, we see that it's very connected with the population growth and rural to urban migration, especially in 1950s. 70% of the world stands and 15% of Turkey's population lived in the rural area. In the following years, while the rural population decreased rapidly, the urban population continued increasing, especially by 1984. The first time in the Turkey history, the number of people living in the city exceeded the number of the people living in the rural areas. As of 2060, the picture of the 50s has almost been reversed, and this time the rate of urban developers is 77. Sorry, I am so anxious. Sorry. This picture totally changed, and this gap in the between rural and urban still continues to grow every day, and it's bring some urban problems in our cities, because the cities is the bad actors: air population, climate change, using the natural source. Then, of course, there's something is managing the city behavior is totally changed. Because of this, the city is getting more smart to protect resource, also giving high life condition to citizen, and also think about the future. And if we talk about Istanbul in numbers, as you know that the largest metropolitan municipality in Turkey, with the 60 million people, it means that larger than 38 countries in Europe, and this almost 5 million young population living in Istanbul. And also when we talk about reaching internet, is almost 40 million internet user in the Istanbul. Of course, Istanbul city is so big, but also Istanbul metropolitan municipality, like a city with 30 municipal enterprises and also 2 subsidiary public utility corporation, and our employers is 86,000. It's so big employer. And also we are servicing the almost near to 6,000 kilometer service area. And also when we look at the literature, it is hard to find only one definition for smart cities. We can say that everybody defined smart cities in their perspective. And then one of examples in here, for example, smart city, according to European Parliament, is a city that wants to solve public problems with the ICT-based solution on the basis of the multi-stakeholder, municipal-based partnership, and host initiatives that address at least one or smart management, smart people, smart life, smart transportation, smart economy, and smart environment. Another example is, according to International Telecommunication Union, they are defining the smart city. Smart and sustainable city is an innovative city that uses information and communication technologies and other tools to increase the quality of life, efficiency of urban service delivery, and competitiveness, while taking into account the economic, social, environmental, and cultural needs of current and future generation. For us, for the Istanbul Smart City Roadmap definition, smart city is a sustainable city where technology facilitates and the data are used the highest level in order to increase the quality of life and to use resources efficiently and effectively, where the stakeholders of the city are integrated with the city administration. And it means that smart city has a multi-stakeholder structure. Problems are solved with a holistic approach. ICT is used to increase efficiency in a smart city. Smart city, it's covered different service areas such as governance, life, people, environment, and mobility. Data is regularly collected, analyzed, and shared with the companies, citizens, and institutions in the cities. Also, during data production, certain standards are followed, and it is important to reuse data. And it means that smart city need a participatory democracy using ICT as a tool, and the whole problem should be solved holistic. And also data is one of the important ingredient for the managing smart cities. And also, as I say that there is not one definition for smart cities. Also, there's a lots of concept. It's matching with the smart cities. One of them, knowledge city. One of them, digital city, intelligent city, sustainable city. I guess right now is the one, the most popular one. Future cities is talking in the global tables. What will smart city bring? And cities will become more accessible. It is not just physical, it means that also in the cyber world. And also the procedure between the citizen and public institution will be minimized, and many transactions can be done online. With the transparent management approach, the citizen will be more actively involved in the management process. With the smart cities, some of trends is rising in the technological world. They are open data and citizen engagement. This is the most important part of smart cities, being a open data platform, has a open data platform, and increasing the engagement with the citizen, and also smart grids. Another one is the blockchain, and we are talking about smart cities. It means that there is actually one physical cities, one cyber cities. There is a digital twins of the cities, because of risk, and cybersecurity is quite important right now. Hybrid cloud systems and smart transportation, one of our main focus in each city. Social networks, smart healthcare systems, security technology, and smart connected technology. Of course, big data and artificial intelligence. One of the other things, it's taking a big place in also smart city, Internet of Things. In our journey start actually 2016. Firstly, we established Smart City Director, and the 1 year we spent time make a literature review to learn from other smart cities all over the world. Then we make a current situation analysis, and then 2018, we defined our vision, strategy, and roadmap. Also, we design architectural, we design our ICT architectural, and then we complete our master plan. Then we start evaluate ourselves with Smart City Index study, Smart City Mature study. Also, we publish a Smart City Dictionary, and we open our website. 2020, we start the project. First, we establish Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality Big Data Platform. Also, Floor Istanbul, this is a city lab. And also we open our open data portal, and then we create some hackathon related to this open data platform. And also we support the young entrepreneurs with Tech Istanbul platform. And also this year, also we are revision our vision strategy. Also going to open, I guess it's the end of the June, data lab for the citizen. And we are also G20 Smart City Alliance pilot city. And we are enriching our open data platform and big data platform. Also, we are coordinator, Open and Agile Smart City of Turkey. In literature review, we examine 10 cities. As you know that some of them, it's very successful about the being a smart cities. They are San Francisco, New York, Paris, London, Barcelona, Copenhagen, Berlin, GIFT, Singapore, and so. GIFT established as a smart city from beginning. And in the current situation, analyzing, also taking 1 year in our organization. As I said, it is so many workers and so many departments like a city. And then first we make a stakeholder management plan, analyzing management panel, communication with stakeholders, and survey and interviews. Then we examine current situation, and then we decide after this current situation assessment, our focus area, sub-focus area. Also, we define our maturity value, and also we did a smart city workshop that days. Then we also create our smart city index study. Then we made our SWOT analysis. After all of them, we defined some quick win project. It means that easily applied. And when we look at our smart city function and focus area, they are smart life, including health, culture, housing, and accommodation, smart human, including education inclusiveness, smart governance, administrative service, digital communication and public relations, strategy and planning, smart environment, water supply and wastewater management, ecological development, environmental monitoring and control, and smart security function also including cyber security, physical safety and security, central command and operation, emergency and disaster management. Smart mobility also including transportation and traffic, connectivity, accessibility, smart economy, event development, city management, smart energy, also including smart energy management, gas supply and distribution, building energy management system, smart street lighted, electrical vehicle and charging infrastructure, renewable energy source resolution. Of course, all of them are the column of functional area, but there is a one basement is quite important, make them being active. They are ICT, of course, and also HR and finance, the most important activators, these domain areas. As I give a brief information about making smart city index study, it is also based on the literature review. We defined our indicators related to cities, and then we collect the data and control and verification these indicators, editing the index model. End of it, Istanbul ranked among the 40 worst cities as a 2060, and with the almost 50 points. And each 2 years we are repeating this index study. Also, there is a smart city maturity model. One is quantitative, one is qualitative. That one is the qualitative. We are comparing ourselves with the other smart cities. There are also some steps to creating this smart maturity model. It's including 6 factors and then the 50 components and the 40 questions. Some of them is, for example, strategy and planning, governance, service, solution and system, organization and people, city culture. And end of this, evaluating our maturity of Istanbul Smart City, we get to level 3.11. It means that further, and what means being further? Plans for the smart city have been complete and implementation have exited. Planning and management on site, instant reporting and response system has been development. Our goals is to being getting the mature level in this road. Okay, actually how we create our strategical roadmap, you can see that each steps in here. First, as I mentioned, that stakeholder surveys. Second, the mission vision workshop with the participant. And third, we analyze the citizen, legal entities, needs. And then we, as a fourth step, strategy formulation, we put 24 strategical goals, and we made a 9 stakeholders evaluation meeting to define these strategic goals. And also, one thing is important when we are talking about the smart cities. Smart city departments is a little bit different than other departments at the municipality, because it's touching the every area, because as I mentioned that we are touching mobility, environment, management, governance, and yeah, because of they also create a governance structure for the smart city. And after all this study, we get 101 project related 50 initiative. These 50 initiatives also link with 24 strategical purpose. And this is architectural design of the our smart cities organization and operation, the phase. I can give you this smart city technology architecture. Of course, we are talking about the smart city. There is a digital infrastructure. The first phase is the digital infrastructure. It includes data center, Wi-Fi network, fiber cables, and 4G, 5G new technology communication. After this digital infrastructure, other layer is the IoT network and big data platform. It's including sensor application, some software, some cameras, and also there are other smart meters. Then this functional area going to live in this infrastructure: smart transportation, smart environment, smart health, smart city management, smart life, smart education, smart economy. As I mentioned, that there is a digital twin, and of course it has a digital infrastructure and good architecture for the bringing the project to life. End of the defining the 101 project, we decide which one is the short term, which one is the medium, which one is the long term project. Also determine them in this road map. The important part is when we are deciding their term, we made the impact plan, we made the impact map, and then delayed the change impact analysis. And then we also create the communication with the public, and we decide this long-term, short-term, and medium-term project. As I mentioned, that determining the strategical roadmap, we make a legal entity needs analysis, face-to-face interview, citizen needs analyzing, and also we made a social media analyzing. I'm going to give a short example in a mobility case. We defined the established phase project, then short-term, then mid-term, and then long-term project, all of well defined for each focus area. This is also project cards, and including their details, who is going to do it. There is a RIC matrix, who is going to responsible, he is going to accountable, who is going to consultant, who is going to inform end of the project. Right now, actually after 2080, the view of smart cities completely changed. In the history, generally, they are talking about more technology. Smart means technology. Right now, it means that the focus on the smart cities is human life quality. And also, as you know, that with the pandemic situation, with the COVID, all set and settings is changed. Because of this, we are making revision all our old plan. And the reason, as I mentioned, that this is changing in the world and in the also Istanbul managing. And we are going to do mission and vision workshop, and we are defining project cards updates, making a need analysis works, especially the citizen analyzing with the COVID, their needs also change. And end of everything, we are going to define our strategical roadmap. I'm going to give, I don't know if I have a time, I am going to give some examples.
We're a little short, but I don't know, 1 or 2 minutes is good.
I was going to show our smart city project. Maybe I can talking about.
If it's a little, if it's in brief, yes, of course.
Yeah,
of course.
this is our CD labs related to smart cities, and this is supporting the entrepreneurs to join this technological life. There's an education center, events center, education center, experience center, animation studio, and another one is the data lab, because as you know that we are sharing our data with the users who is going to use it. But if they don't have a computer, if they don't have a software license, and then we create this place supporting them, all technological needs when you are making their research or investment. And as I mentioned, that there is a Tech Istanbul platform supporting the entrepreneurs in Istanbul. Big data platform, as I mentioned, that open data platform. Right now, the all global is giving a high importance for the open data portal because it is supporting the innovation, especially local innovation, to grow up. And robotic process automation. Some duty is so routine, and then if the robot can do correctly, they are also taking a place as a worker in our department. We are talking about smart city, and then of course smart meter conversation is one of the biggest area, because changing meters, for example, gas or water, it's cost lots of money and also need some technical communication channel, and it is one of the important project in all over the world. And of course, blockchain network for smart documents, it's make our life more easier instead of the physically taking the documents to another place. And as you know, that GDPR is the one important project. We well defined the sharing the data in this GDPR project process as a suitable way. We are making transport and traffic center excellence project in Istanbul. Also, we are giving a Wi-Fi free internet, because of another needs in the city is internet, to reach internet, especially COVID term. Of course, automatic driver subway, another our project. Istanbul is your mobile application. It's actually the participatory democracy platform for us to managing the city with the citizens, and then sharing our idea. They are sharing our idea. This is a communication channel for us. And IoT platform is, it's similar a little bit, smart meter project, video management system, video analytics studies, also another project, water disaster early warning system, electrical vehicles on the Prince Islands. As you know, that we have 3 islands, and then in that islands, cars is working with electric, just electric. Yeah, okay. And also social facilities are visual unimpeded, and also closed open area voice guidance system, and paid forward project. I guess it's the most important project in Istanbul, because in the COVID term, everybody was talking about the quick win, agile solution. This is the good example, paid forward project. This is a bring our culture. I always giving this example. In the COVID term, everybody tried to deal their way. For example, Holland created a pop-up bicycle road, and then paid forward project is really local solution to support who needs the some financial support, paying their gas and water bills, and another community want to pay their bills, and then we create a digital platform. They can pay the who needs this financial support for paying gas and water bills. Another pedestrian supports, we are encouraging the citizen to walk more than ride a motorcycle or drive automobile. And another project, as you know, that this is the 15 cities, but this is the 34 minute cities, Istanbul. Yeah, I mean, I choose some of important projects to give a short example. But as I said, Istanbul metropolitan city, bigger than the 38 European countries. It's a little bit being a smart city in Istanbul, actually being a smart in a country. It's so many duty to, and then we are really, I mean, has a good communication with the other participants and stakeholders and the other departments. Thank you very much. I'm so sorry. In the beginning, I get a little bit anxious. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. It was quite amazing. Indeed, I mean, from the size of the state, it's like really trying to create a smart country.
Yeah, exactly. I was trying to say that, yes.
It's quite amazing. So wow, it's very impressive. Now, I just have a very short question, because we're really getting out of our time. But you spoke about youth and about the youth innovation, about the access to smart technologies, and that's very important. We also saw that we had organized ECOWEEK workshops in Istanbul quite a few times, and we have been extremely impressed by the innovative ideas of students and their drive to contribute to the development, sustainable development of a city and the urban areas, etc. So my question is, how is the university or universities or different departments where young people are involved, how are they involved in producing new ideas for the city, and how do they join into this smart city project?
Yeah, actually, as I mentioned, that City Labs, we are creating the City Labs, so who has an idea to solve some urban problems, even world problems. We are supporting them with who is has as a mentor, or giving place, or bringing some one of people with them to on the same table. Actually, maybe you heard that we signed the deadline 2020 in C4, and it is also, I mean, giving a good motivation to students to take account this environmental problem is quite important. Right now, we are facing the COVID, but one thing is quite important than the COVID is it's climate change. And we are giving some lecturing and then project with the students. They are trying to solve the problem. And then we did also earthquake hackathon. And there's we work with Istanbul Technical University and another the angel investors. And I guess the 50 students try to solve the earthquake problems. After we get the earthquake, how we communicate, they are finding the solution for this. And we are working very closely with them. We are sharing our experience. We are getting new ideas from them. We are trying to create a physical and digital place to come all together.
Fantastic, fantastic. Thank you very much. We hope to come back to Istanbul to do another workshop. So we'll contact you so we can maybe do something within the Smart City project. So we'll support it and also get more students involved in this. So we'll be happy to do that.
Please take me with you.
Okay, next time to Istanbul. Okay.
Great.
Thank you very much. Despina, the microphone is yours.
Yes, thank you. I'm very happy to welcome and introduce you, Miss Natalia Pantelidou, a Danish educated landscape architect, engineer, and urban designer with over 10 years of experience. As an engineer, she also worked during the construction of Metro Thessaloniki and later on had the opportunity to work for important architectural firms while focusing on interior design and construction. As a freelance architect, she managed to cope with different projects, created her own kids' lighting firm, but also had the chance to write articles for international magazines and participated in lectures concerning architecture and public space. Today, she is a vice mayor of public works in Kalamaria, in Thessaloniki, a very important aspect in her life since architecture, engineering, and urban planning that meets vision and public administration. Natalia is also not new in the ECOWEEK family. We had the chance to work together for many years now. She has given multiple lectures in our events and has been one of our workshop leaders in many of our programs. And Natalia will share the vision of the municipality regarding the children, how the city is facing the children, and what the future holds. Thank you very much, Natalia. I'm very happy you are with us today.
Thank you for having me here once again. Well, can I share my screen? Okay. Can you see the lecture?
Yes.
Yes.
So my lecture today is separated in two parts. The first part is about kids and public space, how kids are interacting with space, and how is this related to municipality of Kalamaria concerned the projects we're implementing so far. So this is a picture that illustrates this very
unique relationship with the kid and the space. They can interact with everything, even a small pond, rain pond, and this is a good example. And we have the example of just open spaces. We can do whatever you want. You can have parties, you can have picnics. I'm going to show you, and I'm going to present the former military camp of Kodra. That was an abandoned open green space, but it was not very safe to visit. There was no options to do things, and I will show you how it was converted. And this picture is about public square. This is in front of the mayor house in Kalamaria, where kids, they can do whatever they want. It's a totally free space without any orientated design. This is, it's called Human Touch, an example with small implementations, how you can create space and kids can do things there. We can take advantage of backyards. The good example of backyards and parks that they can take place there. The one in the middle is an example from Kalamaria. And this is about art. We can create space by art, even if we participate in different events, public events, art events, and that in its own creates space. And then we can have interaction. Jump, skate, chess playing, climbing. These are constructed conditions of kid space. I have a lot of examples. Even this is small lines on the asphalt, but still it's a unique condition in order to create a game. Interaction spaces, and then of course we have the example of parks, that it's more about orientated playing. It's about green spaces. We have a lot of examples here from Olof Palme. This is embedded wood on the floor, but still is a playful scene. This platform here, the wooden decks. This is some of the examples. And then from these presentations we did from October 2020, where I had this lecture, we did more. We have this park. Here is a picture with our mayor, Yannis Dardamanelis. And then I wanted to show you another example about how we give priority to accessibility. We try to find ways to enhance this pedestrian the pedestrian way as a friendly means of transportation. We get fundings in order to create strategies and to create design for our municipality to be friendlier concerning the bicycle transportation, bike transportation. This is a very recent photograph. This is a photovoltaic panel, and it gathers the light, and then it flashes when a pedestrian wants to cross. Small interventions, but still they create this. They show the intention of the municipality. We also try to change the neighborhoods. This is a project that we're starting next week. We're changing totally the asphalt and into how it's called, this pedal, the kibolithos.
herringbone, the block paving.
A penetrated brick with that allows water penetration.
Mm-hmm. Friendlier materials. We change the typical crossings into circular roundabouts with elevated pedestrian crossings. This is a project of 10 million euros that we managed to assure from the prefecture of Central Macedonia. And we're very happy about this because it's going to be the first example in neighborhood. The other one I showed you, it's just a small area, but it still will make an impact, as it will create a small microclimate. It will create more parking places. We also dare to make to transform our streets into pedestrian streets. This is an example from last year. This is Plastira Street, and it's as you can see a street that has a lot of cars during the day, and we transform it into pedestrian street for 2 continuous weekends. And the results were very pleasant because the kids were taking the place from themselves. It showed us the need for this transportation with bike, to walk, to meet each other. And this was the first days after the coronavirus, the hard coronavirus era last summer. And the results were very encouraging. So we also implementing now a design with a bike lane that will connect the municipality of Thessaloniki with the municipality of Kalamaria. And of course, we have the first example of how people interact and react to this kind of practices. This was also a photograph exhibition. This was during the night. You can see it was a very huge participation. Kids were playing on the street. And this is about volunteering. As the other of my colleagues showed, there's a very big need of volunteering, of participation. The municipality participates to this kind of actions, and also sometimes they organize that. We are a municipality very close to the water, so there's a big need to clean the coastline constantly. And we don't have, it's not in our ownership, so sometimes it's very hard to do that with the normal means. And then volunteering is a good way of doing that. Planting, cleaning the coast, the sea, the parks, trying to make it more beautiful, more playful, making the kids, trying to make the kids to participate. So as Mr. Antonakis said, they are the future and they are ambassadors, but it's also a very good way to make citizens responsible, because in our municipality we have a big problem with vandalism. So it's a very good way to make them feel the ownership. So they will pay attention in the future, we hope. And
we have the same problem.
Yeah, it's a huge problem. We deliver parks, and then after some days, we're very conscious about using different materials. For example, we had a very friendly material to athletes, that it's soft, and they cut it off. So we are very conscious about the materials we use. We try to use hard materials, but it should be the opposite. And then I want to show you the military camp I told you earlier. I'm going to show you some pictures from 2 years ago. As you can see, it's a huge space with 16 buildings that they are under preservation. It's a space with huge potentials. but because of ownership problems, of maintenance problem, it used to be abandoned so far. And I want to show you how it was transformed and how it looks today. We cleaned it. We started to organize events. We started to transform the message that it belongs to the people, so they should be there. There was a lot of actions illegal. Yeah, we try to manage that. And then we are under the process to make our buildings safe, because as you can see, there are a lot of ruins that needs to be preserved. So we're trying to make it safe, each one individually, in order to start inviting people and creating more events and give this sense of ownership to people. As you can, this is from a TV show. They're starting to do the gym there, yoga, picnic, cleaning, volunteering. This was not a part of our culture, but it started to be when we gave to people the space. And then we raised the attention of other organizations as well. Participation, the keyword. And if I have some more time, I would like to show you a video, if I can.
Please go ahead, yeah, Natalia.
It's about this Kodra military camp, and it's a good opportunity to show you because it's in English. It's translated to English. From camp to park.
Το πρόγραμμα Reconnect Urban με τίτλο Rethinking Mobility Infrastructures to Reconnect Cities έχει συμβουλευτεί σε 8 ευρωπαϊκών μητροπόλεων: Πόρτο, Βαρκελόνη, Παρίσι, Άμστερνταμ, Γκданσκ, Κρακοβία, Θεσσαλονίκη, Μάντσεστερ. Το δίκτυο έχει στόχο να μελετήσει τον τρόπο με τον οποίο μετακινούμαστε μέσα στις μεγάλες γενιές, τους φυσικούς τόπους και τα σημεία ενδιαφέροντος. Στη Θεσσαλονίκη, ο στόχος μας είναι να μελετήσουμε τον τρόπο με τον οποίο τα μεγάλα αστικά κενά με απόθεμα εδάφους, φύσης και ιστορικών κτηρίων μπορούν να ενεργοποιηθούν ξανά και να συνδεθούν με την πόλη με νέα λειτουργικότητα σε τοπικό και μητροπολιτικό επίπεδο. Έτσι, έχουμε θέσει στο κέντρο της συζήτησης το πρώην στρατόπεδο Κόδρα στα διοικητικά όρια του Δήμου Καλαμαριάς, χωροθετημένο σε μια περιοχή στρατηγικής σημασίας, στο Καραμπουρνάκι, στο ακρότατο του Μικρού Εμβόλου, με θέα τον Όλυμπο και τον ανοιχτό ορίζοντα του Θερμαϊκού κόλπου, το πρώην στρατόπεδο που φέρει το όνομα του Μακεδονομάχου Μιχάλη Μωραΐτη ή καπετάν Κόδρα, ξεδιπλώνει και σήμερα την ιστορία του. Εντός του στρατοπέδου εντοπίζεται ένας σημαντικός προϊστορικός οικισμός με την πρώτη εγκατάσταση να χρονολογείται γύρω στο 1000 π.Χ. με συνεχή κατοίκηση έως και τα ρωμαϊκά χρόνια. Το 1916, στον Πρώτο Παγκόσμιο Πόλεμο, η στρατιά της Ανατολής εγκαθίσταται στην περιοχή. Σε χάρτη του 1917 αποτυπώνονται για πρώτη φορά τα 4 επιμήκη κτίρια των στάβλων. Ο χώρος του πρώην στρατοπέδου αλλάζει κατά τη δεκαετία του 1950 με τη διάνοιξη της παραλιακής λεωφόρου το 1954 και την οριστική διακοπή της συνέχειάς του με το θαλάσσιο μέτωπο. Ο γύρω αστικός ιστός έχει αρχίσει πλέον να πυκνώνει και τμήματα του συνολικού χώρου παραχωρούνται για ανέγερση σχολείων, αθλητικών εγκαταστάσεων και κατοικίες αξιωματικών. Ο μη δομημένος χώρος του πρώην στρατοπέδου καλύπτεται από ενδιαφέρουσα βλάστηση, διάσπαρτη και σε συστάδες, ενώ το πιο σημαντικό του πλεονέκτημα αποτελεί η εξαιρετική θέα προς το Θερμαϊκό κόλπο.
As you can see, it's a huge place.
Γενικό πολεοδομικό σχέδιο του Δήμου Καλαμαριάς τον χαρακτηρίζει ως χώρο αστικού πρασίνου υπερτοπικού χαρακτήρα. στα 16 πρώην στρατιωτικά κτίσματα που έχουν χαρακτηριστεί ως μνημεία αρχιτεκτονικής κληρονομιάς, επιτρέπεται η εγκατάσταση πολιτιστικών λειτουργιών.
Βρισκόμαστε στον χώρο του πρώην στρατοπέδου Κόδρα. Σήμερα πλέον απολαμβάνουμε το πάρκο Κόδρα, γιατί έχει αποδοθεί πλέον στους πολίτες του με κάθε τρόπο. Όσον αφορά το πολεοδομικό κομμάτι, αυτή τη στιγμή εκπονούμε μια ειδική μελέτη, το ειδικό χωρικό και το στρατόπεδο Κόδρα, το οποίο θεωρούμε και εκτιμούμε ότι θα εξορθολογήσει αρκετές ασάφειες πολεοδομικές ετών, θα διορθώσει ρημοτομίες, θα διευκρινίσει κάποια άλλα προβλήματα πολεοδομικού χαρακτήρα, ούτως ώστε να οριμάσει το έδαφος και να προχωρήσουμε σε μελέτες πλέον αποκατάστασης και βιωσιμότητας του χώρου. Μέχρι φυσικά να γίνει αυτό, προβλέπεται ένα εύλογο διάστημα, οπότε το Κόδρα δεν μπορεί να μείνει έτσι. Αποδίδεται στον κόσμο με όποιο τρόπο γίνεται, κυρίως όμως με ασφάλεια. Έχουμε πάρει ήδη την έγκριση από την νεωτέρων μνημείων και από την αρχαιολογία, προκειμένου να περιφράξουμε κάθε κτίριο για να γίνει οποιαδήποτε άρση της επικινδυνότητας αυτή τη στιγμή. Έχουμε πάρει έγκριση από το Δασαρχείο για να αφαιρέσουμε την αυτοφυή βλάστηση που υπάρχει στα κελύφη των κτηρίων αυτών, των 16 διατηρητέων που βρίσκονται στο χώρο αυτό. Και από εκεί και πέρα στο πλάνο μας, στο μελλοντικό μας πλάνο, είναι νυχτερινός φωτισμός, πλήρης αποκλεισμός των αυτοκινήτων και άλλες δράσεις. Θεωρώ ότι οι επόμενοι αρχιτέκτονες μελετητές θα βρουν ήδη ένα πρόσφορο έδαφος για να δουλέψουν. Έχουν ήδη χαρακτεί οι διαδρομές και έχουν δημιουργηθεί έτσι κάποια, όπως λέμε εμείς οι αρχιτέκτονες, επεισόδια ζωής.
Σήμερα το πρώην στρατόπεδο Κόδρα βρίσκεται σε ένα κρίσιμο σημείο που αναζητεί να διαμορφώσει τόσο την τοπική όσο και την μητροπολιτική του ταυτότητα. Η στρατηγική της ανάπλασής του πρέπει να το διαχειριστεί ως σημαντικό φυσικό πόρο, να προτείνει έναν ολοκληρωμένο σχεδιασμό που θα διατηρήσει και θα αναδείξει την περιβαλλοντική και οικολογική αξία του τόπου και θα προσφέρει αστικές, δημόσιες λειτουργίες υψηλής αξίας μέσα από ένα επιχειρησιακά βιώσιμο και εφικτό σενάριο υλοποίησης.
Το στρατόπεδο Κόδρα ήταν από την πρώτη στιγμή της ανάληψης των καθηκόντων μας ένας πρωταρχικός στόχος. Αυτό ήδη έχει αποτυπωθεί και στην καθημερινότητά μας με χιλιάδες κόσμοι να επισκέπτονται τον χώρο αυτό, θα έλεγα το στολίδι, τον πνεύμονα, το ανεξάντλητο αυτό του φυσικού περιβάλλοντος. Έχουμε φροντίσει μέσα από διαδικασίες των τεχνικών υπηρεσιών μας, με την εκπόνηση του ειδικού χωρικού σχεδίου, αλλά και των διαδικασιών της υπηρεσίας καθαριότητας, να αναβαθμίζεται καθημερινά, και αυτό αποτυπώνεται καθημερινά από τις χιλιάδες κόσμου που μπαίνουν στο στρατόπεδο και το ζουν, που σιγά σιγά το αποκαλούν πάρκο, και που βλέπουμε με τόσο χαρά να επισκέπτονται παιδιά, γονείς, αθλητές, με ποδήλατα, να κάνουν πικνίκ και όλο αυτό που ζούμε καθημερινά και μας γεμίζει και εμάς χαρά και αισιοδοξία.
Στην άλλη...
Yeah, I think we saw enough. We created a small ecosystem there, and this is our intention to create spaces that people will interact spontaneously.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Natalia. I think it was very, very interesting, and I must admit I'm very pleased that I can see this progression of what's happening back in Thessaloniki, and for the information of the rest of the attendees. Well, Thessaloniki is characterized by lack of open green space, and those discussions, especially like for places like Kodra camp, has been into the table for decades, and how basically they can be adapted into the urban fabric again. So I think all these kind of actions, and we've seen that also in the municipality of Alimos, of how all these actions and how all this public work can actually make the people being more involved, and how important it is to create this kind of mentality in our cities, in our everyday life. So Natalia, my first question is, you have like a working experience both in public and in private sector. I guess your perspective is different from each sector. But by your recent experience as a vice mayor of public works, do you think that nowadays the legislation in Greece, is it enough? Is it adequate towards this direction? Or because I can see that the municipality of Kalamaria is one of the pioneers in Thessaloniki, but I can't really say the same thing for the rest of the municipalities of the city. Is it something that is driven by the legislation, or is it has to do with the with its mayor, its leadership, let's say?
Yeah, the legislation and the urban processes are very slow, and unfortunately we know that. So we separated the revolution of the city in two parts: what we can do tomorrow, like clean it, like making vents, making small interventions, give it to people, create this sense of ownership, try to keep it clean, and so on. And then on parallel, we work this law process, as I can say for Kodra. We're implementing this urban plan, as I told you in the video, in order to redefine the urban fabric and the urban terms and the uses of each of these buildings, because we have 16 buildings and then we have 16 more that it's not preserved. So we make decisions and make this strategy plan. So even if it's the processes and the legislation not always with our side, we're trying to separate into two phases: what we can do today, what we can do in long term.
Makes sense. And based on this long-term plan, as you mentioned, what is the timescale of Kodra Park? When do you think it's going to fully deliver to the public, fully designed, fully,
Especially for Kodra, we have 10 million euros to give to ownership that is still there. We're also making contacts with the state, because we have some military ownerships there, and maybe if it's a good political agreement, we can take these ownerships in order to create green space and connect it with the other green area that it's under ownership of municipality of Kalamaria. And so it's a lot of parallel factors. It's the ownership that we have to give this money. We have to find a lot of this money. We have to finish the urban plan. We have to decide about the strategy. And then it comes the design, how to renovate this park and make it a real metropolitan park.
Great, thank you very much. And I have one more question to Konstantinos, and it has to do regards the vandalism in the municipalities. Do you think, Konstantinos, that the self-cleaning materials would be enough? Would be okay to use against vandalism in public space?
Look, I don't know very much. I think that there are some products around. I don't know how expensive they are and how effective, but it's one way to go.
The other way, of course, is to educate the people not to vandalize, or to make them feel ownership of what's created in the city, and then they protect it themselves.
That's the most important.
That takes more time.
So that's the most important thing.
Yeah,
right.
To try to involve people into this process as much as we can.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you all for this great session. Elias, I don't know if you want to add anything further, or if you have further questions.
I wanted to just add a few conclusions, if that's okay. I think we have a couple of minutes. I mean, we're running really late, but I would like to just pick a few things that were said today, because I think they're very important, and maybe we can take them home and think about them. I think what Costa said in the beginning was very important, that science and technology are not enough. We need the right habits to use it and avoid it when necessary. And also to understand the question of what we really want, and also for people and policy to get a certain level of what our wants are and our needs are, and so that we don't overconsume, which may be a problem. The second thing, of course, that technology is not always the solution to technology, to more technology. I think there was a nice remark from Katerina about people's habits that have a lot of influence to sustainability and environment that one person cannot change, but all together could make a big impact. I think that from the ECOWEEK team, I think it was beautiful to think about the idea that you drink on one hand, but you also plant on the other hand, so that you're not actually creating a negative impact, but you both enjoy what you want to drink, but also be a positive impact to the environment. The fact that consumers crave for products that are different, that are more environmentally safe, and that the market is really ready. It's really up to the industry to follow them. I think when we spoke about mobility, it's good to remember that we're not talking only about self-driven cars or electric cars, but we're also talking about public transportation systems, about shared vehicles, about electric bicycles, and that it's very important to make both people and cities understand that there are many options, that they don't have to keep on building new roads for cars, but actually can develop alternative systems. I think that from Yannis, I think it was very interesting that he spoke about when they started to share with citizens and involve citizens more, that they saw more results, and it was things started to change, and the fact that children are the ambassadors for the future, and we know that, but it's good to remind ourselves. From Istanbul, I think it was a beautiful message. First of all, I mean, Istanbul is really managing a country, but I think the participatory democracy and the problems have to be solved holistically. I think that's very important. Many times we focus on one thing and we forget that we create another 10 problems. So it's very important to look at things very holistically. And another statement that Burko made, I think it was beautiful, that smart cities are about humans and about quality of life. It's not only about technology. Technology is good, but we have to remember that it has to serve people and not people serve technology. And I think from Natalia's presentation, I think it was beautiful to see how kids interact with public space. It was beautiful to remember that the more public spaces we create for kids and for accessibility, we basically create better spaces for everybody. And also another thing that Natalia said, which was, I think is very important, it was small, but it shows intention. So it's very important to start small and things grow. And it looks like Kalamaria is really started small, but it's really growing and things are happening. And that's fantastic. And of course, the last thing that Despina also asked Kostas about vandalism, that on one hand, technology can give a solution, but also on the other, people can be the solution of assuming the ownership of public space and protecting public space. That's more or less the things I have. And of course, I would like to yes, Natalia.
Very shortly, sorry, but it's very, very important. It was my next slide and I forgot it. It's about the sensory park we're gonna construct in the very near future. It's called Sensory Park. It's about kids with impaired vision. They have some difficulties in vision, and it's also close to a building with people with the syndrome of Down, and it's very important, this sensory park, because it's based in 5 senses. You can feel the smell of the flowers, you can hear the water of the plant, and then it generates the senses, because these kids, they have this problem. But the very important is going to be a common place for the neighborhood, the place where the kids with disabilities and the kids from the neighborhood, they can play together, and it's going to be a common place. Sorry, I forgot one of our most important projects. Sorry.
Thank you, Natalia. It's really very, very powerful. Thank you. I'd like to join Despina to thank our speakers, to thank our participants. A big thank you to the team, to the ECOWEEK team for the amazing work, for putting this event together in a very short time. And of course, thank you all for joining us from different parts of the world. I hope to see you all in Egina in August. We'll be posting updates, and you're welcome, of course, to visit our website at ecoweek2021.org. Thank you all for joining, and have a great weekend. And Despina, if you would like to add and close, and thank you too for moderating and for joining in another adventure of ECOWEEK.
I would also like to thank all of our speakers, Elias for the organization and moderating together this event, our amazing team, Friedrich Naumann Foundation for co-organizing this event together, and of course German Embassy that brought us together. We really hope to see you again in Egina, Ireland, in our in situ and online activities. And if you have more questions that you would like to address in our speakers later on, you feel free to contact us, and we'll be happy to come back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hi, thank you.
Bye. Ναταλία, όχι, δεν φάνηκε.
Okay, we're closing because it's
yeah.
clinic.